So let's just jump in and play some game and see what there is to see. 498 solved. I kind of wish that it differentiated the kinds of puzzles on the title screen the same way that it does in the thing here, where it shows you how many puzzles you've solved. Not that one. Not that one. This one. Spiral Island and Secluded Garden. Oh, this must be Secluded Garden. We haven't made it into Secluded Garden. I suppose I should do the Spiral Island window. That seems like a good next step, doesn't it? Since I've now unlocked all of the mechanics, I have at least completed the window for everything. And I have adorned 3 of them. Oh, hot dog. Okay, so that confirms then. This is windows that are adorned. Windows that have been perfected. 28 total windows, I'm guessing? Yeah, that looks like 28. And then puzzle counts up here. Great. Windows are newly imbued with an enchantment. We do love enchantments. That's pretty good. Once you have fully completed 10 areas, which I guess is adorning. Okay, so this unlocks once I have adorned 10 windows, which makes sense. We've got the little perfected windows, a window to fill up. Yeah, we're gonna... Now that I have seen all of the mechanics, we're gonna play with whatever there is over here. Seems like a good next step. Alright, let's go. Straight into a loopy puzzle. Thanks, buddy. Alright, we've got inequalities and a difference here. So this is bigger than this, is bigger than this, is bigger than this, is bigger than this. So 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, maybe. And this has to be the same as this. And we don't have anything on size other than, like, this has to be... Okay, we have a few things, I guess. Like, knowing that this has to be bigger than at least, like, 1, 2, 3... 1, 2, 3, 4, at least 3 bigger than this gives me a little bit of information. And then there is this loopy business, right? So this can't work unless this also. But also, these can't be... No, these can't... No, these cannot be the same. So, like, that is not okay, and that is not okay. So this does need to be like that, which means this comes out that way. What else do we know here? This definitely has to be separated. So I guess we're looking at, like, the separation lines, right? Because loopy's a big deal. Loopy's kind of a big deal. And then we know that whatever this is, it needs to be different from this. This could be the same, or it could be, no, since that comes out, this has to be either that or that, one or the other. But this can't be a third thing. Interesting. And then this has to be the same size as whatever it's touching here. All right, how big is this? 57. $57 divided into 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, maybe 6 regions of various sizes? Or more, or less? Like, what if it's exactly 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? And then we just fill out the rest with whatever the heck we want. Oh, right. Loopy means something about the borders. I forgot about that. Loopy means we have to do this. Every border just needs to connect. So we're actually looking at a much smaller range than I thought. Does that mean that, like, the interior now needs to connect? Because if I do that... Oh my god, it does. But that doesn't work. Alright, let's make sure I understand how Loopy works here. If that's separate, it doesn't work, so they need to connect. If that's separate... This can be a separate thing here. But, like, that can't be separate. So at this corner, things can separate. That doesn't work, though, because of this. So unless this goes up to connect, 29. So this would need to be 30? Can this be 30? No. Okay, so this can't connect here either. All right. But now this can... Oh, no, this can that way. But then this has to... So these two need to be separate. But then that can't... Yeah, here we can make it 4 instead of 3 by cutting them both off. But, like, this is 2 already, so if there's a third, it breaks. And there can't... Can this be? No. Okay, yeah, I didn't think so. And then this is either connected to both or its own thing. And I guess it doesn't really matter? Maybe it matters. It must matter, I guess. Fascinating. I'm really not sure how to approach this, given what I know of Loopy. Because I don't think there's a way to separate this out. Yo, what's up, Cryptomancer? Absolutely, like, tunneled in on trying to figure this out. Yeah, I think this just needs to be one big thing around the edge. I don't think there's any point at which it can separate. But then any separation on the inside also causes problems, right? So for this to be here, there now can't be a third thing here unless this comes up. But that causes a problem here. So we could do that, but then this is, like, not great. So the other way to do it is like that. But now I can't introduce anything new here, right? Each of these needs to be part of this thing. Except this is now 17. Which, like, how do I get this to be bigger than 17? This would have to be part of the overall region, the outside region. But this has to be the outside region. I guess this could be the next region inside, but then it can't connect it here. Is there a cutoff point? I don't think so. Oh my god. Couldn't the outside region come in instead of that one growing infinitely? I mean, like this? Not exactly. I mean, I guess so, in a couple of places. One, two, three, four. And then this could be 3. And then this could be 2. Except, how do I make this not happen? I do not. Loopy does not yet, like, I don't get it. I'm not there yet. Just finish the owl. Given that I know that these two need to be different things, this can't be the same thing. I guess this could be, like, joined and be a part of one of these two. The problem is here. I mean, among other problems, this is a problem. Like, maybe I could do something like this, but that can't be there. Which means for this to work, we need to do that. This doesn't work now? Why doesn't this work? What did I do wrong? Everything's a problem. This can't be a part of this outer region, huh? Because this needs to extend like that. So this needs to be the same as that, which means it can't be part of this. Alright, I think the outer region needs to be its own region. And then this needs to be something else. But now this can't be, I guess this could be like that, right? And this could be a third thing, except not there. So this needs to extend the length of this, however long this extends, which needs to be like the whole way. Oh, interesting. So if I do this corner, then I can actually change, like, could change regions near an edge. Oh. Maybe I could do that? Then I have 4, 3, so this needs to be at least 5? Maybe that needs to be 2. Oh, but then this is a problem. And I don't know how to continue this process. It seems like it would work, except this is a problem now. This needs to be 5. This needs to be 5. How do I make this work? Like that? Except this needs to be bigger? Maybe these both need to be smaller? Except this needs to be bigger than that. These can be both of these smaller, though. Maybe. This can't be a 1. Why doesn't this work? This worked down here. Oh, because it was a separate region. That's why it worked. So I think this has to be 4. I don't think there's any way for this to be smaller than 4. That means this can be 3 or 2 if this is 1. For this to be 2, though, this, yeah, I think this can't be 2 either. This needs to be 3, so 4, so 5. And then this needs to be 6. Or more. Holy heck, dude. I was so not ready for this. What a first puzzle of the day. Only gets worse from here. As long as it's not loopy, I'm okay with it. What's up, Luchacos? How's it going? Is that a puzzle? No. That is just sunlight. Alright, maybe I'll go for the 2s before we move on to the 5. Why are they all loopy? I hate it here. Okay. This is 7. 7? So like 8 to 1 or whatever? And also we have to do that? $17. Can this be 10? Yeah, that doesn't work. Can these be separate? No. If this is 1, this would need to be 8. How does this be 8 in this situation? Wow, this would actually work, except for loopy. Why does it have to be loopy? It really just does need to be the entire outside border is its own thing. Except if the entire outside border is its own thing, there's not enough room in the center to make 1 and 7. Oh, there is. We just have to do it the other way around. Got it. Got it. Don't question the rules. Don't question the rules. Question your understanding of the situation. That's how it works. Alright, great. Is this the same thing, except now it's worse? 17 and 8? Okay. Gross. Bricky. There cannot be a point where 4 borders meet. Interesting. Now I gotta remember how bricky works. Oh, it really does only get worse from there. Every single puzzle is loopy or bricky. These are the worst rules. Alright, this and this need to be different. Different regions. They need to be the same size, however big they are. This can only be 1 or 2 here. So this has to be 4 or 5. Or a shared 5, which is doable. So like that, for example, is a shared 5. These 2 cannot be the same. Well, they can be the same, I guess. But now this needs to be a 3. Does this work? That's a line here. That means these need to be the same region. I think this actually works better, because then this can be a 4 without going up here. And then this can be a 2. Or even a 2 here, right? Those can both be 2s. That's fine. And then this is probably the same thing, except now these 2 can't be the same region. So this has to be the same region up here. So this has to be a 4, and this has to be a 5. And this could be a 5 like this, making this a 1. Which means this can't be separate like that. This has to join in here. We know this has to be a 4, so now this has to be a 4. And then this could be whatever? No. So this needs to come down to there, and then that can be whatever. No. Mistakes continue to be made. Is this over? Why doesn't that work? Oh, because here, yeah, we can't have, so this, somewhere around this corner, something needs to join. A secret third thing. I don't want to know what is worse than Loopy and Bricky. Almost all of the other rules I'm okay with. I guess I could do this. Could do that. You can't do any of these things. None of these things work. Everything is garbage. All right, I'm probably doing something wrong down here because this kind of has to be exactly this, right? We have to start like that. This and this have to be separate regions. They have to grow out this way. This has to be a 4. This has to be a 5. And if this touches that, I guess that could be a 1 here. Or a 9 here. And this could just do that. But then this has to be a 4, which doesn't work there. So this can't go into there, which means it has to come out to here. So this has to be a 1 on its own. Which means this cannot be different from all 3 of these. It needs to join up. So that needs to be 4. So I think this is required, which means this needs to be part of another 4. And it can't be a wall here. So it has to go there. There can be a wall here. So it could go down, but it has to go down here at least. And this has to go to one of these two. It doesn't necessarily need to go there. And then this can be a 2, meaning a 5 here. Or it could be 1 and 1, meaning a 4 here. Any of those are legal. This doesn't necessarily need to be joined, though. Right? These can be 2 separate regions if this is joined. Making these 2 5s? I don't think I have room for 2 5s here. I don't have room for 2 5s. So these need to be separate, 1 and 1. This then needs to be joined. So these 2 are together. If it touches here, there needs to be a 4 here. Which I guess is doable, right? This could be a 5, this could be a 4. And then this still needs to be a 4, so it needs to go up to here. Which leaves this needing to be a 2? Or a 6. And I can't make either, like, that can't be a separate region there. Oh, this just can't be a separate region there. These 2 need to be the same region. Which means these 2 need to be different regions. There we go. All right. All right. Yeah, that came together. That's cool. That's cool. Okay, finally. No Loopy, no Bricky. I can just work with regions. Regions of minimum size 3. All right. So minimum size 3 means anything at the small end is 3 or bigger. So this is 4. I'm going to have an implicit or bigger. 4 or bigger. 4 or bigger. 5 or bigger. Which means this is part of this 5 or bigger. So this is a 6 or bigger. Interesting. This is 3 or bigger, 4 or bigger. 3 or bigger, 4 or bigger, except this 4 needs to be part of one of these 2. We don't know which. So let's start with this, right? Let's assume this is a 3, right? That's a 3. This then has to be a 4, a 4. This has to be a 5. Which goes at least out to there. And may or may not take these 2. So now this needs to be a 6. These zeros here are really interesting. So this and this need to be the same. It's possible that this 6 goes up to here, because there's room for a 6 here. Yeah, minimum 3. I know. This needs to be at least 4, but it's only 1 for now, because I don't know where it goes. But this 6 could go up to here, because there's room for a 6 here. Cannot leave those 2 tiles. Oh, I see what you mean. I see what you mean. Yes, this cannot be a separate 2-tile region. If they're alone, they need to be part of the 5. Okay. This is still not necessarily a 5. This oh, no, it can't go up at this point. So this has to be exactly a 5. And then this could be whatever, but this has to be exactly a 5. So this, both of these have to be exactly a 4, and this has to be exactly a 3. Which, again, the 2 tiles here means it needs to come down into here, rather than just going out, because it can't leave the 2 tiles alone. Yep. And then this needs to be at least a 3. At least a 4, because it's greater. And then this and this are 2 separate regions. I'm not sure whether or not they include this. This needs to be at least a 3. This needs to be at least a 4. Then these 2 need to match, whatever they are. And then this needs to be at least a 3. And then here, we have to figure out whether or not this is going to be a 6. The easy way to do this is have this be a 6 and be connected to this 6. One of these can go up, the other can go down. Let's see. How far could this go without touching either of these? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh. So it could just be 6 like this and not touch either of these. Then this could be a 3. The real question is, which direction do these go? Up or down? Now, given this 6, if we think that this is a 6, this 4 could go down and this 4 could go up. But if the 4 goes down through here... Okay, let's figure this out. If this 4... goes down to here. Now there's a required wall there, and a required wall here. Meanwhile, this is going up, so there's a required wall here. And then this can go right or up from here. It can't go up, actually, because there would be a required wall there, because this can't be a thing on its own. It needs to touch here. And this needs to be bigger than the 4. So that means this would have to be the 6. And then this would have to be a 6. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Exactly. 6. 6. And then this has to be a 4 there. So this has to be a 3 there. Because that can't be alone. And then this has to be a 4 there, depending on what size this is. But this is a 4 here. So that actually lines up pretty well. And then this has to be exactly a 3. So this has to be exactly a 3. And then this and this have to be the same size. Whatever size they are. Which doesn't seem like it's going to work. Because there's an extra tile in here, you see. This would work if this were shifted down 1. Right? If this went to here. That went to there. Oh, that can work, actually. Ah, yeah, and it does, in fact. Because this didn't have to be just a 3. This could be bigger as long as this was bigger. And was, in fact. I'm sure you were scared that I was gonna be one, like, quick jump away from the solution and reset the whole thing. Because I was close. I was close to just be like, oh, it doesn't work. Z, 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 Z. It was so close. Fortunately, we were able to figure it out. All right, what else have we got over here? Watchtower. Okay. So there are exactly 2 regions in this puzzle. Call them red and green. I don't necessarily know how these connect, but every single one of these 2 has 2 regions touching them. Right? So if we look at this 2 now has to be either both these, or it can split the difference. But this is a separation. So what can we learn from these separations is the question. We know that there needs to be a green in these 3. Oh, and there needs to be a red exactly here. So green has to come out there. So red has to go there. So green has to come out there. So this has to be red here. And this has to be red. And that needs to come out there to connect to things. Okay, okay. This is a good start. This needs a green somewhere in these 2. Can that be green? No. That can't be green. This has to be green here. Because if this were green and connected to this green, there's no way for this red to connect to this red. So this needs to be the green here. And this needs to be red. Control A backspace. I mean, there's a handy R button for exactly that. Can this do this? I think no. Because now this needs to be red. And connected to this red. Which separates this. Yeah, we can't do... Aha. Ha-ha! Ha-ha-ha-ha! My time in Islands of Insight coming in handy. I can't have the kitty corner crossed, like, things. So this can't be green and red. This has to be red and green. Thank you, Islands of Insight. Also, this red on the outside means I have to go red all the way outside. Because all reds need to be connected, and all greens need to be connected. Once again, Islands of Insight serving me well. So we need to have a green here. That has to be red then. Which means we need to have a green here. That has to be red then. And this needs to be green. This needs to be green also. So red comes out there. So this needs to be green. These can't both be green, but this needs to be red anyway. Perfect. Perfect. Great. That's cool. You know, it's so satisfying to have knowledge and then be able to apply that knowledge. Compass! Compass is interesting. So this can be wherever it wants, but no more than one of anything down here. This can't cover any of this space. No, it can cover as much of this space as it wants, except it can only have one going up. And exactly one going left. So let's make them as greedy as possible, since we have all of these 2s. This has exactly 6. And exactly one going left and one going down. So one left and one down doesn't necessarily mean these 2 exactly. One down, I think, does mean this exactly. No, it could go anywhere. It could be, like, here. But these interact in ways that I am not 100% understanding. Okay, so it doesn't need to be exactly 2 regions, but I do need to be careful about how regions intersect because of the watchtowers. Does this... Is this a pseudo-loopy? The 2s everywhere? Hang on. I have to go back to loopy area because I want to test not exactly test a theory, but like make sure that my understanding of the rule is correct. Where was loopy? Bricky's here, so loopy's here. Loopy boxy is one thing. I mean, it's called loopy because you gotta make loops, right? But loopy is not the same as snaky. So what can't you do with loopy? Like, the big thing is you need to make a ring around everything, essentially, with loopy. Or at least edges need to, like, contain a thing. And then you can only separate at convex? Cave? Concave corners? I guess it depends on how you think about it. Corners that open up to the outside. There's a bunch of puzzles that I didn't do here because I got out of this region as fast as I could. Huh? Nope, no thank you, not right now. I appreciate the sentiment, but consider me opposed. Alright, I'm not convinced that helps me. Whoa. Compass. Do I want to do a 7 compass? I mean, eventually. Anyway, none of that matters because we're dealing with Watchtower right now. So the 2 here actually bears some similarity to Loopy. But Loopy can have 4. So this is like a combination of Loopy and Bricky? Because each of these interior edges cannot have 3 regions meeting or 4 regions meeting because they have to be exactly 2s. But it doesn't have the same loopy rules around the outside edge. Like, loopy means around the outside edge is all one big thing, which is not the way this works. The secret third thing. Oh, no. You were given the gift of prophecy, Cryptomancer. Anyway, no more than one of these interior spots can be this. Which could just be that. Honestly, all of this could be just like that. Except for the fact that this now cannot be any additional regions. So, they would have to take over. Which that can't. Alright. This has exactly 1 to the left and exactly 1 up. So it cannot be... So because of the 1 and 1, the 1 to the left has to be exactly that one. And now it can't go up here because that's 1 extra. And then it can go as far to the right as it wants, and it can take 1 more up. This also... Like, it can take as many of these as it wants. So the 1 to the left can be wherever. And the 1 down actually could be wherever as well. Because it doesn't matter how many to the right it goes. So it could be like this and this, for example. But it can't ever be in any of these spots. Right? The most it could go is to here, so it can't take that one ever. Or here, it can't take that one ever. And it can't take that one ever. And this is somehow difficulty 3. Maybe my brain is just not in the right place yet. Come on, caffeine, don't fail me now. Alright, what about the watchtowers? This watchtower means this has to be either yellow or blue. Right? Could be like that. Could be like that, but it's got to be one of those two. If it's up, that's very restrictive. That means that. Which means that is required. And this has to be a separate thing. And this cannot touch this. So this is actually illegal because of this. So this has to be yellow. Which means this has to go at least to here. The important part here is this yellow cannot touch this compass. So we can do the same thing here, right? This is either yellow or blue. If it's blue, this is sealed off, and the blue can't go to any of these. Which means this rest has to be yellow, which would be illegal. So this has to be yellow. This still has to go further out because it has to have 1 up. Can this be the 1 up? Yellow still can't touch this. So no. Here, this starts being legal. Which means we have to start thinking about this thing now. So now we have this bad boy. And this thing is going to have to take one of these three. We don't know which yet. But it can't be this one. So this could go up like that. Oh, no, it can't. I think it has to be like that. And then this goes to there. And then this goes there? No. But that's illegal. I might be misunderstanding how this works. I think this needs to go like up and around in order for that to work, right? Interesting. It's only illegal if the police find out the police are watching over my shoulder. The police are currently in the building. Every step I take is being monitored. Artisans of Glimmith is a police state. So how does this take any cell in this row in combination with this? Like, this is fine. But now, this is a problem. My understanding is not quite perfect here. Does this need to take the full row? This can't take the full row, because this needs to take one. Exactly one. But if it takes one, then we have a border here, which means this bottom row can't be a separate thing. I think this needs to come in and take it. Yeah, because this needs to go up also. Somewhere. And now we have this problem. So does this work? No, because this still needs to get down to here. Maybe like that. That seems like it works. Yeah, all right, this is how it works. This needs to cut in and take bottom space. Okay, so this is exactly how this works. There's no other way for this to work. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So this now needs to go left one and up one more as well. It can go to here. What if this goes there? Then this needs to go like here. If this goes here, it also needs up one and it can't be this one. If this goes here, then the yellow needs to come around. Oh, so this does work. There we go. There we go. Okay. Oh, that took a while to get to. Spiraling deeper. I have restored the spiral window. Oh, which unlocks the red puzzles in this region. Oh no. Oh dear. Okay. Yeah, sure, I'm ready for this garbage, whatever this garbage is. Range 3 to 6. So the 2s means either 3, 5 or 4, 6. which is hilarious. All right, let's start here, I think. Right? This has to be 4 to 6. So this has to be 3 to 5. This cannot be 5, 3. So this has to be 4, 6 or 3, 5. So this is 3 to 4. Which means this is 5 to 6. Which means this is 3 to 5, maybe. And then these two, so you can actually think of the ranges as like low ranges and high ranges. 3 to 4 being low ranges and 5 to 6 being high ranges. And then the 2 indicates a swap in parity. So like, if this is 3 to 4, then this is a high range and this is a low range. This can be a high range here, as long as it's 5 exactly. And then this is a 6, right? So this is a 5, 5, 3, 5, 6. That would work, maybe. Here, we know this needs to be a low range. This is 4 or 5. And this needs to be a high range. Which means this is a high range. And this is a low range. This is a low range. This is a high range. And then there's more information to be had here. This is also 4 to 6. So this is 3 to 5. Which means this can't be a 4, actually. Because this can't be a 6. So this has to be a high range. Which means this has to be a low range. High is a convenient shortcut here. I guess this could be like low in or high inclusive. This could be low inclusive, but 4 to 6 and 3 to 5 is probably better than actually trying to make up more shorthand. What other guaranteed ranges do we have? Well, we know that anything here needs to come out because at minimum it's a 3. So we have that much. And then what do we have here? I guess not a whole lot, right? Because this could be high, this could be low, and this could be a 4. This could be a 6, 4, 3. So all we know about this is it's not a 3. It's a 4 to 6. Which means this is 3 to 5. And this is a 3 or 4 or 6, so just not a 5. Miserable. And then we have the same thing going on here, right? We have 4 to 6, 3 to 5. Which is not to say that this and this can't be the same. They can. This could connect here and be a 4, which is perfectly valid for both of these. And then this is a 6 and this is a 6, or whatever. What about here? 4 to 6. 3 to 5. 4 to 6. 3 to 5. 4 to 6. 3 to 5. This also 4 to 6. 3 to 5. Which doesn't tell me much with these 2s here. These 0s and 1s might be a place where we need to start. 4 to 6. 4 to 6. 3 to 5. 3 to 5. 5. 4 to 6. And then the big thing is the walls, like separating different regions, I guess. Like figuring out from that what we need to do. Whatever this region is, it can't be a part of this region. It can be a part of this region. No. This can't be a part of this region either, because then it would cut off 2. So this can't be a part of either of these regions, which I think means we have to have a 4 in the corner. Right? If this connects to either of these, I guess we could have a 3 down here, and then this could connect to one of those 2. But, like, these have to be connected, whether or not they take this spot. Same over here. But this can't be a part of a 3. So this has to be a 4. And it still can't connect to either of these regions. So this is exactly a 4. Which means this is exactly a 3, and this is exactly a 5. This is now exactly a 6. Which doesn't change anything over here. And can't touch there, so needs to come out that way, so this needs to be this 3. 5 comes out. This can't be its own region, so it has to be part of the 6. So now we know this is a 6. This is a 4. 6 comes out here, can't be part of that, so this is exactly the 6. So now this comes out like that, and cannot be part of this region. But that's all we know about it. This comes out like that, and must take this. This could still be a 3 here. No, this needs to be exactly a 4, because of this too. This needs to come up to here. And this needs to be more than a 4. So this is now high. Which means this is low, as is this. This H looks like a 4, and that's a problem. This 5 can't touch here, actually. Because this can't be... Because this can't be a 3. Yeah, that's separated. That's separated. Which means this has to be a 4. So this has to come out to here, which makes this exactly a 3. Which means this has to connect there. And this needs to be a 6. Yeah? No. This needs to be a 5. So this needs to be a 3? Yeah, this needs to be a 5, so this needs to be a 3. So this is a 5 exactly. This is a 5. So that goes out to there. If this is a 5, this needs to be exactly a 6. Which means this is exactly a 4. So this needs to be separated. This 4 could take this. That would be fine. This 5 cannot touch this, though, right? These cannot touch there either. This does have to go here. Now that's the 4. This 5 could touch this, but they can't separate here. So this does, in fact, need to take exactly that. And this 4 needs to take exactly that. Which means we have this is a 4, so this is high. And this is low, which touches here. So for low to touch high, it needs to be exactly 4 and 5. This is 4, so this is 6, so this is 4. So this is 5. Cool. This is 5. So this is 3, which has to be exactly that. Which means this has to be exactly 5 because of the 2. And it's not touching the 6. So this needs to do that, and that needs to do that. Which means this is a 5. All right, once you break into it, it starts to come together, which is really cool. I like the kind of step-by-step solving for this one. So these two can touch, actually, if they want to. There's nothing preventing them from touching. Let's see, this needs... Okay, so of this 10, this needs 2 more, so there's 8 left. This needs 2 more. So there's 6 left. So these two have to touch. Oh no, this can come up here, actually. This could do that, for example. That doesn't work, though. Because the way this works is this needs to take these... This needs to take these two. Like that, I think. Hang on. I don't like this. Something about this is not sitting right with me. How does this 6 take 6? Without this 4 cutting stuff off. Because that doesn't work. That does, but then this 4 has to come up still. And that leaves 2 blank. This is a problem. And I'm not seeing the solution yet. Like that? No, because then this needs to be at least 3. Oh, this could be exactly 3, actually. And then the 4 is here. And then the 5 is this. Yeah. All right, all right, all right. There was a way to leave enough room for another region in here. That was good. I liked that one. That was way better than all the bricky loopy nonsense. You hear that, Loopy? You're nonsense. This one was fun. That's why I clapped for it, because it was fun. Sometimes puzzles just need to be appreciated. Huh? It's funny, because all of the polyominoes in this puzzle are L's. And then the puzzle itself is shaped like an L polyomino, you see. That's, this is what we call amusing. We are amused. Thank goodness there's not like a matchy or non-matchy or anything. Happy tax day. Yeah, I'm glad to have finished long before this day. And by long before, I mean a week ago. All right, so what if we take the bait, right? What if this is just the polyomino right here? Then everything around it needs to be one thing. There can't be a second thing in there. So then this needs to do something like that. That needs to do something like that. Ooh, I see. I see. Okay. It's fine. Then this can't touch there, though. Okay, okay. This has to do that. And then this needs to take this in some way or another. Okay, so none of the polyominoes can touch each other. And everything else needs to be all one big region. Because of Watchtower clues. So this needs to be something like that, and this needs to be something like that, and this needs to go maybe like that. That works. Basically loopy and bricky. Yeah, except for the outside edges. The outside edge part is important. Gross. So there are exactly 2 regions, and every space needs to include something that is separate. So this cannot be part of this. Oh my god, give me a different color. Stop being orange. And this can actually part of this. Oh, never mind. Actually? Because this could go up to here and then take these 2. And this could be like this and be legal. Except for the fact that that leaves an empty region here. So no. No. This cannot be part of this. 3, 4. And this can't be part of this. So this is yellow, and this is orange. This is what we're starting with. Which means this needs to connect, not necessarily. No. Yeah, this definitely needs to connect around like that. Which means that we have yellow here, and orange here. For this to be yellow, and for this to not break, it needs to come up that way. Because one of these 2 needs to be yellow now. Exactly this one needs to be yellow. And connect that way. And then this needs to connect back to the orange somehow. Like that, presumably. Yeah, perfect. Alright, great. Great. This conceit with rose windows and the 2 watchtowers actually is very reminiscent of some of the Islands of Insight puzzles. Because you have exactly white and black cells, and all the white cells need to touch each other, and all the black cells need to touch each other. And that is a puzzle type that I am familiar with. That is a puzzle type for which I know the rules. Okay, these have to be separate regions. Which is real interesting. This is also interesting here. Can this do something like... I guess this could take all of its 3 like that, and then this could take its 1, and then this could go around and go like that or something? Well, except for these things here, right? This cannot go into this space. So this space needs to be either part of the 2 or part of the 1, which means it has to be part of the 2. This space needs to be part of the 3 or part of the 2. And this space needs to be part of the 1 or part of something else. Here. This space also needs to be part of the 2 or part of the 1, but that can work. What makes more sense is to do something like that, right? And then now the 2 is fully covered. Oh, but the 3 can't take both of... the 3 can take both of these, as long as the 2 comes around to here. So the 3 can't take this space. Which means something else needs to take this space. Oh, it doesn't necessarily need to be the 2. There could be a whole separate region over here. So the 3 could do this. And then the 1 can do this. And the 2 can do that. Oh, but then the 3 needs to come over here. So maybe it goes like this, and then the 3 takes all of that. Except, how does it get into there? This one is real interesting. Okay, so it doesn't seem like there is a reasonable way for any of these to go, for the 3 to go around. Because if this is the 3, right, it has to come out to here. And then it can't go here, because that needs to be a different thing. So it has to go to there. Well, maybe this does work, actually. But now this and this... See, this corner is a problem. This doesn't work here, this corner. So this can't be part of the 3. And also, if the 3 is here, this can't be part of the 3. So there's no way for the 3 to extend out to here. Which means the 3 needs to cut across? Which doesn't seem like it works either. Because the 3 can't touch the 1. None of these, well, these 2 at least, cannot be part of the 3. So the 3 does need to cut across somehow. But the 3 can't touch either of these spaces if it does. Because of the 2s here. Like, this for sure doesn't work. Am I misreading this? It feels like the 3 has to take this far space, but there's no way for this to connect to the 3 because of the way the Watchtower rules work. Am I misunderstanding something? Does the 3 have to be a separate region from the 1? think yes. All 3 of the compasses have to be separate regions. Because if the 1 and the 2 are part of the same region, then the 1 is overextended. So all 3 of them need to be separate regions. Which means this space cannot include the 3. It has to be either the 1 or the 2. But the 3 can't take this because it... If it can take 1 tile from the top, why not take 2 instead? Can. I don't see a reason why not. The problem is getting these tiles here to connect here. I mean, I guess I could have this be like that, right? No. Because this tile, I would have to have this tile be taken by the 2, and that doesn't work. Because then the 3 can't reach up to the top. Like, if I did this, where is the 2 getting its second tile? It can't be here, because that cuts the 3 off from up here. Otherwise, this totally could work. Because then this could be just a separate thing, whatever it wants to be. It's fascinating, because it kind of reads like this is supposed to be where they intersect here. Except that blows things up. If this were the 3, this would be so much easier. Remove the border below. Remove this? I didn't realize that I had drawn that border? Why did I draw that border to begin with? That was awful silly of me. Fascinating. Well, great. Good work, everybody. 1. Okay. 2. That has to be a border then. 1 here. 1. This needs to be a second thing. 2 here is interesting. Three here is fascinating. And then all of these need to be the same, whatever they are. This needs a 3rd, so that could be that. Bricky! Oh, how dare you. Alright, let's get all the 1s done, and then we'll figure out everything else. Yeah, this needs to be a region border. Let's see. This needs to be a region border. For this to be a 3, this needs to be its own thing. And that needs to be a region border. For this to be a 3, it's actually fine. For this to be a 3, it's at 3 right now. So one of these needs to move into this cell here. But that needs to be separate. So this and this, one of them needs to be here. And it could be like that. Or it could be like that. No. Or it could be like that. If it's like that, this is illegal. Unless this goes up. Ah, that doesn't work? Oh, bricky. That causes bricky problems. Okay, so can this not extend? Is that what I'm hearing? Like, if this extends here, it needs to not take that. And these two need to join. And then this needs to be a separate thing, which it can't. So yeah, this can't extend. So this has to come down here and has to join with that. Which means this needs a thing here, and then this can be its own thing. Great. Cool. The spiral continues. Oh. Look at this sneaky boy down here. Oh. Yet another sneaky boy? So many sneaky boys. Okay. It's fine. This is fine. Everything about this is fine, probably. This is very intriguing. This 2 here. Watchtower and area number. All right. All right, so how do we deal with pseudo-loopy given these numbers? I'm kind of stuck on this with the 2 here. Because whichever direction the 2 goes, now the other 2 need to be the same thing. These need to be the same thing, right? And maybe that means that they're, like, the 10 just goes around the 2 like that. That's totally viable. Let's also check area numbers. 120. Okay, yeah, these numbers do not total up to everything. So there is room for other surrounding regions, much like the polyomino puzzle. In fact, does this 2 need to be fully surrounded? I think it does. Because, like, if I do this, now all of these need to be the same region. These 2 need to be the same region. These are, yeah, the 2 needs to be fully surrounded. Whatever direction the 2 goes, it needs to be fully surrounded. So, like that, for example, would work. Except now the 10 needs to be fully surrounded, I think. Right? Because if this is a thing, the 10 can't go up here, this needs to take it. 10 can't go up here, it needs to take it. So I think that means that, like the polyomino puzzle, there's rules about regions touching other regions. Any region that touches another region needs to fully surround it, needs to fully encapsulate it. And if the 2 goes up or left, that means the 10 is touching a 7, which is not going to work. Rules about putting regions on top of other regions? Yeah, kinda. A little bit. So this 5 needs to be fully surrounded by the 8. Which... 6, 7, 8. Problems. Which probably means it needs to extend... Stop that. Into the edge. But then this can fully surround another region, right? Like that. So that works. These 7s are almost assuredly part of the same region, because they can't surround each other. This 7 needs to fully surround this 5. Like that, for example. I guess it could just as easily do that, which kind of weirds me out. I'm not sure why this is okay. There must be something with how this 8 connects to this 3. Interesting. This is 8. This could be 8. Oh, no, it can't. So it has to do something like that. Yeah, that works. Which means this is a little weird. Because this can't do that. Oh, but that's where the 7 goes. Okay. That's where the 7 goes as long as... No, that's going to be part of a problem too, isn't it? Nine? That's 5. That kind of works, except it doesn't. Oh, I bet this has to go like that. Ah! 9's a little too small to do this. That works, though. Now it needs to go either like that or like that, probably here. So this section here, with the 7 and the 8, is a little concerning. I'm gonna make the border region red. So this has to do something like that, I guess, for the 7s? Finicky. Oh, the 9 needs to come down here in order to make this work. Oh, but then the 7 needs to be... Right? We need to do that, and then something needs to happen here. Wait, what's going on here? Because this either needs to be fully encapsulated by this orange or needs to be part of this orange, and it can't be part of the orange in this situation. Probably because I have the 8-3-7-5 situation incorrect. Because I don't think this can work out in any other way, and I don't think this can work out in any other way. I could do something like that, maybe? Yep. So this is fine. But this is a problem. Is this? Yeah, this works. But then this needs to be... I don't like this. Yeah, this thing. I don't like this thing. That doesn't sit well with me. Is there not a better way to do this? 7 go up, maybe, yeah. We'll get there, we'll get there. We'll get there. Patience. Or are you talking about here? Maybe, yeah, maybe. There's a lot of potential ways to put this together. And while I appreciate the spirit in which the help is given, I mostly am uninterested in help. Although I will admit, the other puzzle where I drew the border and didn't realize that I drew the border, that was a problem. Because I have to find ways to draw borders around each of the conglomerated regions, I think, is how I need to think about this. Like, I need to separate this into a region of 14 that has a border around it. And this is a region of 11 that I need to draw a border around. This ends up being a bigger region than I expected because of the way that this 5 kind of cuts off the corner. But I think that's the only way for this to work, for the 8 to fully surround the 5. Is there a way for this 3 to exist such that it doesn't touch this border and the 8 fully surrounds it? Like, I kind of want the 8 to take this spot, too. Because something needs to take this spot. And if it's the 7 here, then that leaves problems for the 8. Maybe this is still wrong and there's like a different way to do this? I don't know. This felt like the easy part, which maybe means I came into it with wrong assumptions. It's possible that this 7 and 5 does the same thing that the 8 and 5 does. Right? And that lets me do this. Now the question is, what do I do with this 8 and 3? Because now this gets messier. Because the 3 can't do like that. Oh, no, it can? No, it can't. Because that would need that and also that on the other side, which doesn't work. Given that it's touching the 8 here, this now has to be part of the 3 or the 8. This now has to be part of the 3 or the 8. If this were a 2, this would work. Maybe this takes up a little bit less space. So this goes like here, here, here. What? Oh. Which is basically what I had before. And then the 8 takes up... Not quite 8. But now this can't be a separate thing. And that's 8. Man, I don't like this. Like, that would need to do that. That would need to cut in. But having this corner feels illegal. Or at least feels uncomfortable. Because that can't happen. So how do we handle this in that situation? Is there a way to make this work? Maybe this 8 is taking up too much space here, so this does the corner in the other direction? This is like the only way it works though, right? Like, how do we take up 8 otherwise? But I can't do that, right? Whatever region, whatever sub-region I have needs to be fully encapsulated by the 5 for that to work. I do like a 5 like this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Damn it. So I could do that here, actually. Like, that works. Ooh, that works. Can these be separate like this? I don't know that they can. I don't feel like that works. It does if there's no third region. And there's this corner here now that I'm unhappy about. This is messy. All right, let's ignore the outside region for a hot second. And focus on how everything else can touch without... can encapsulate the thing it needs to encapsulate without being separated. Or while staying separated. Because they can't even touch corners, right? And this doesn't work here. This doesn't work unless it's two separate regions. Which, like, it could be, but only as long as this fully encapsulated it. Like, looking at this, if we did this instead, that also works. Except for the 5, except for the 5 in the center. So kind of the only way this works is like this. But there's a lot of pieces that I feel like, oh, the only way this works is in this particular way. But I'm not actually sure that's true now. Like, if either of these could peel more to a different direction, then the 7 could maybe work its way up, like, through here or something, in order to split off some of the space. But... yeah, this can't even get deep enough into the corner. You know what else this could do is this could be a 5 like that. Maybe. And then we can have like the 7 through here. So we need to do something like that. for the outside region. Maybe like that. And then the 8 can cover through here. No. Like that. Oh, this almost works. This almost works. Ah. Now this needs to be like part of this, except that touches this 8 in the corner. Maybe... Oh, I didn't realize this was doing this. I forgot that this is, like, separated in this way. This can't take that. It can take that. But then we have to do... Yeah, the 8 has to be there. Because that's not going to work. That's not going to fly. Even if this could. So I actually want to make these outer, like this 8, this 9, as greedy as possible, I think. Do I have a spoiler channel set up for this game? Because that might be a good idea. I don't think I set up a Glimmith spoiler channel. Should I? It'll give people a place to yell about the puzzles that I can't solve. Alright, so this I am relatively confident about. But this is about the only thing that I am relatively confident about. This seems like a good idea. This seems like it works. But then we have to have this 8 taking up this space. Like, I can't have this uncovered like that. So maybe the 7 needs to cheat out a bit more? Oh, which it can. And then this corner cutout works perfectly. Does this work? No. This is real close to working. Oh my god, this is so close to working. But this can't do this, unfortunately. I'm now looking at what you said, Lucho Costa, and you were entirely right. So this needs to, like, come down. Maybe the 9 then. This up here is such a mess, though. Like, how do I either take up more space or take up less space so that this is either 1 wide or 3 wide? If this ends up taking up less space, like here, like I could actually have all of this be the surrounding thing with just a 1 dot in the middle. I still don't know what I'm doing here. This is so awkward. Yeah, this is 8, so the 8 can't cheat out at this point, which is a shame, because I'd really like it to. Because the 7s, unless they're separate 7s, which is going to be a problem, can't cut, like, there and take this. They can't take both of these spots. Unless the 7... No, that would be an 8. It would need to be an 8 to have the 7 surrounding a thing. Damn it! For a 6, this puzzle is a massive pain, unless I'm just not approaching it correctly. Hey, what's up, Vera? Alright, what if... oh boy. I start drawing the border here and see what that looks like. This is a pain. This is a pain. Yeah, I need this to be different in some way. Can I make the 8 stick out here? Because that would work. Oh, this works. Ah, this doesn't work. This doesn't work. Unless the 8 sticks out to here, in which case it does. But then, how do I remove space here in order to allow the 8 to do that? This is a 6, so the 7 needs to come out in some way. It doesn't need to even go that deep, actually. Because I can do this and have that be its own thing. So the 7 does have a little bit more room. Ooh, boy. Oh? Oh? Have we resolved it? Because this is starting to look good. And now we need to figure out a way for the 9 and the for these two to give this room. So is that like that? Hey, this is covering just a little bit too much space now. Because this needs to do this, I think. And the 9 needs to come out to here. But then the 5 needs to be a 5. Which is still a problem, right? Because that doesn't work. What am I doing wrong here? I guess that's possible? And then this could come out there, and this could come out there? Come out here? Hey! Aww. Aw, it was so close! It was so close! Is there a way to make this work? Like, there's no way for the 5 to touch everything inside the 8. Oh, unless... like, this works. Except the 8's now too far away. Right? Like, this totally works. This is actually perfect, except the 8's a 9. So it doesn't work, is the point I'm trying to make. Yeah, I still need to do something like this, I think. But then we need to figure out how much extra space, how we can make the 8 take up extra space. Can I make the 9 take up extra space now? Or is this, like, very strictly limited out here? This feels like it is pretty strictly limited. I could do something like this, and then we can force the 9 to take up space differently elsewhere. Right? If the 9 takes up that space, is that better? Almost. Oh god, this is so close. It's so close. How else can the 8 do this? It can... It can take from the 5. It can take from the 5 this way. Oh, jeez, what an effort. Holy. Yeah. Realizing that instead of the 8 taking up space, it could take up less space is... Wow. Like, I just had to do the same thing that I did over here up here. And that took forever. It took forever to figure out. Man. That was a toughie. That was a difficult boy. We're scared for the sevens. Yeah, I'm scared for the sevens too. The sevens are either going to be impossible or really, really good. Okay, there was another sneaky little 6 hiding out over here though, right? That was this one. Then there's this one under here. So what does this sneaky 6 look like? That's a different region. That's a different region. That's a different region. 3 shapes within each region. And exactly 2 regions again. You can use the window frame to highlight the puzzles so they are easier to spot. Oh, yeah. Yeah, if I end up in a situation where I'm trying to find, like, the couple remaining puzzles, I can definitely do that. Right now, there's plenty of puzzles to click on. It's hardly a concern. Also, it's, like, kind of satisfying to just be roaming around and find sneaky little puzzles. So, options are definitely available. Much like this, these two need to be separate. But, like, this can come around to here, or this can come around to here, or they could both go up. I don't know yet. This is extra interesting here in the center, because this implies all of the thing. One of these regions could take up all of this space. Because I know there can't... Oh, there's 3 regions. Oh, there's 3 regions. Okay, so the 3 regions could meet here in the center. Yeah, 3 regions makes this make more sense. Because 2 regions is like, oh, that means there has to be borders? And that's not how this puzzle works. Wow, what a pain. What an absolute hassle. I mean, I could start with this and then try and work my way inside and see how it goes. Uh-oh. Problems. We've already screwed it up. Yeah, I can't just vibe solve this. I mean, I kind of did just vibe solve the previous one, but 3 regions? How do you make that word if there's only 2 regions though? Is that like re:"gens"? Man, I hate that I said that out loud. Thanks, regions. Alright, if these 2 need to be separate, what does that mean for here? The same thing over here, right? We have this square. And this can't be a square like that. And it can't cut off a thing here. But it could be all of these 3 and then have this thing separate. Or it could be these 2 and have these 2 separate. Both of those seem valid. All right, how do I figure out what the next step is here. So maybe you can think about like how things are connected to each other. Like if this connects to this, for example, what does that mean? Does that mean anything? If this connects to this, it can't. If this connects to this, it can't. So this one has to connect to that one, actually. All right, great. Which means it has to include this one. With everything on the edges, it actually makes it a lot easier to figure out how things connect. If this connects to that, it still needs a square. And it can't. So it does, in fact, have to be... Be the right color. Close enough. Be the right color. Thank you. So it does actually have to be these three in a region, these three in a region, and these three in a region. And then it's a matter of figuring out how the other regions snake in order to take up some of the space. The corners in between things cannot be taken up by any other region. So this has to come out like that. Like this has to just, yeah, I think this is actually correct. That everything has to connect along the edge. And then we can figure out how stuff connects in the middle. This has to be either green or blue here. It can be blue. And then this has to be another color. But I think that's backwards. I think this has to be green. So this can be blue, and this could be another color. Either orange or green. Probably green. Green makes sense. Except that means this has to be all three regions here. Which seems like a hassle. Like if I'm looking at something like this, I can't have a third region here. So let's take a step back from here. This needs to be some other region. Region X, if you will. Actually, sure. This is region X. Which means this one has to be green. So this is also region X. So this has to be green or X, and it can't be green, so it has to be X. This one is X or green. This one is X or green. They can't both be green. X has to come out through one of these. But not both. One of these has to be X, the other one has to be green. And it could be green out to here, and then X to here. Right? We could be doing this. And then this has to be green or X. Yeah, this is the only place where we can get all three regions. So this actually doesn't feel right. I think it has to be green to here. I think green has to get into this area somehow. Maybe this X is blue, and then green comes out into here like that. Oh, this is a problem here. uh... mm, But this has to be something else also. So what if X is red? Now this has to be like green or red here, which doesn't work. Well, we do know that this has to be the case. There's no way for this to be anything but green or X. And since we need an X here, this has to be green. So we have to do at least this much. This now has to be green or blue. If it's blue, this can be region Y, I suppose. But like between these two, okay, here we go. We know this has to be region Y, which means this has to be blue or Y. And this also has to be blue or Y. So if this is blue, Y needs to come out. So this has to be Y, actually. Whatever Y is, this has to be Y. And then this has to be region Z. Mystery ingredient Z. Actually, let's start that here. If this has to be, although this has to be blue, actually. This has to be blue. It doesn't necessarily need to connect through here. No, it does. Take it back. This has to be blue, though. And then this can be mystery region Z. Which means if this is Z, this has to be blue. Which means this has to be Y. Which means Y and Z have to be the same. If this is Y, this has to be blue. If this is Y, this now has to be blue. And this now has to be blue. So it sounds like blue is mystery region X. That's not going to work. But that is. Oh, but that's not. Be red. Oh. Yeah, okay. But we can do this, I think, reliably. And then this can be blue, but it can also be green. But maybe it could just be blue. No. Maybe it can't just be blue, because this needs to be red. Hello, Eleonora Manticore. Thank you so much for the raid. How you doing? Welcome, Spotsnat. Hello, Eleonora and friends. What were you up to today? Can this do this? Or does that need to be green down there? This is a disaster, is what this is. You just finished a Glimmith stream yourself? I had assumed. That seemed very likely. Well, great. Welcome to also a Glimmith stream. We're doing some Glimmith here. Glimithing is occurring. Do I need to get green into this territory? How am I doing? I'm doing something. Something is happening. I was trying to be logical about this, and now I have reverted to vibe solving. It was kind of coming together, and then I just started spinning off into flights of imagination, and I don't know where that's going to take me. Probably nowhere good. How deep into the game are you, Eleonora? Seems like a recurring thing in this game. It really does. It really does. All right, let's do some undos until I get to the point where I can spot what mistakes I have made. So this needs to happen. This doesn't need to be blue up here, I don't think. How did I do this? Why did I do this? Maybe I did this wrong. Maybe this needs to be red? I think I got to this point and was like, this needs to be blue. And then I was like, oh, okay, well then obviously blue needs to be up here. I think that's what happened. This much is guaranteed. This is as far as I got. You completed some match-mismatch levels in the forest. The watchtowers are real interesting. I am at kind of the capstone puzzles area, Eleonora, where all of the different mechanics just come in whatever kind of way they want to try and do things. The actual watchtowers area is very cool, but now they're using watchtowers like this and causing problems. So I guess this needs to be Y or blue here. Which, if this is Y is green. Which would be allowed? Because then we can do this. And now this needs to be green here. And this is a problem. Everything is a problem. All right, this needs to be mystery ingredient Z. So this needs to be Z. So this needs to be red, which means this needs to be green. Now this is either red or Z, which could mean that. And then this would be Y? I think if we're at this stage, this needs to be Y, doesn't it? Which means this is either Y or Z? And kind of feels like maybe it needs to be blue? And maybe this needs to be green? And maybe this needs to be red? And maybe this is a solution to the puzzle? Good enough! A win is a win! How does the phrase go? Any landing you can walk away from? Oh my god. Sneaky little red puzzles. Okay, so, maybe potentially a spoiler. There are puzzles here that are red, and I don't know if you want to know how those work, Eleonora. Or if you are, as worried about spoilers as I tend to be. But anyway, let me go through the spiel. Hello and welcome, Eleonora and Raiders. I am Jim the Eternal. I play variety games. Variety includes puzzles, because puzzle games are life. But also I play Metroidvanias, I play strategy games, I play like roguelikes, all kinds of stuff. Lately I've been really into Once Upon a Galaxy, which is an auto battler from the Storybook Brawl people. So if that's a thing that interests you, by all means, come check that out. Whole bunch of stuff going on here. Should we try some of these disaster reds? They're probably all disasters. You don't want to be spoiled? All right, fair enough. Then I will not explain why there are red puzzles. The red puzzles are mostly just harder. Like, I don't think you're going to be spoiled if I click into one. Like, this is just a puzzle like any other puzzle. It doesn't... The mechanics aren't particularly different within the puzzle. It's just a different puzzle. Which, this is a fascinating puzzle. What is going on here? All right, we'll start with the 4s. All of the 4s need to be different. 4s need to be different. They don't necessarily need to be... Hang on. Let's just draw lines instead. Although this one is actually separated out this way. I'm stuck with you? Oh, no. Oh, dear. Oh, my. What shall I do? They need to be separated out into regions. The regions don't need to be 1s. But they do need to be separated out. And if these two are separated, these two need to be the same. I guess unless these two are the same, in which case it could be like that or anything. Something is happening here. Oh, boxy means everything is 4, 2, or 1. Okay, so there's no 3s. Everything is either 4s, 2s, or 1s. Hey, look, it's a 1. I mean, it's a 4. It's a 4 touching a... You know what? I'm going to stop talking about that. This means that these are either 1s all through, or 2s, or a 4. But they can't be a 4. They can't be an O here because of this inequality. And this can't be a 1. Well, they can't be a 4 because of this line. And this can't be a 1 because of the inequality. So this has to be a 2 and a 2, which means these have to be separated. For this to be a 2, this has to be the same, and this has to be the same. So we have that going on, which means this is a 1, and this is a 1. What does that mean? This has to be a 2. Which means this is another 1. 1, 2, so this has to... this has to be a 2. Which means that's a 1. This now has to be a 2. This now has to be a 2. So this has to be a 4. Which means these have to be separate. And these have to be separate. We've already learned that these have to be separate. So this must go that way. This now has to be together. These are separate. This has to be bigger than this. And this can't be an O. So this can't be a 2. So this has to be 1 and 1. Oh dear. Oh no. This has to be 1 there. This can be a 2. And this has to be a 2. Yeah. All right. It's coming together. I'm starting to understand the situation. This now has to be joined. So these two have to be separate. These are separate. So this now has to be joined, which is illegal, which makes me wonder what is going on here. Oh, I see. That's what's going on here. Wait, what? No. Wait. No, wait. No, wait. No, wait. It doesn't work. Why doesn't it work? Ah! I don't know what's going on here. I have no longer figured it out. This being a 2. Yeah, I mean, I'm quick to get myself into trouble is what I'm quick with. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. This being a 2 means that this needs to happen. These two are separate, so this needs to join. For this to be boxy, this needs to connect here, which is, it would seem, illegal. All right, where did I go wrong? There's enough clues here, I feel like I can just start over. Because we can mostly race from section to section, right? This needs to be separate. These need to connect. If this is separate, This can't be a 1. So this has to be a 2 and this has to be a 1. This I'm not sure about yet. And we can work our way over here. This now cannot be a 4 because of the inequality. So that has to be there. This still might be 2 1s. And then this could be a 2. This 4 means that. This 4 means that. This is either a 4 or a 2. You know what? I'm going to start writing things down. This is either a 2 or a 4. This is either a 1 or a 2. Same over here. 2 or a 4. 1 or a 2. 2 or a 4. It's probably not a 4 with the 2 3s there. 1 or a 2. The 2 here actually guarantees that, I think. There's no other 2s that I can look at. But yes, this guarantees this. If this is either a 1 or a 2, this can't be a 4, so that separates those. This could potentially be a full 4. Man, how did I race through this area when I was doing this? This needs to be a 3. So any of these could be a 2, or this could be a 2. Given that this is already separated, yeah, this is already separated here. So this needs to go like that. So this needs to be a 1. There we go. We can start with this at least. This can join. This can still be either a 2 or a 4. I guess it depends on what's going on over here. Here, this is the next trick. So this is either a 2 or a 4, and this is either a 1 or a 2. Since this can't be a 4, this needs to be a 2, which means this needs to be a 1, which means this needs to be a 1. This doesn't mean this, though, and I think this is where I got screwed up. It's like, this is a 2, okay, so that means this is guaranteed a 1, and I think that's wrong. I think that's where I got myself into trouble. These are 2 separate, so this needs to be joined. And this cannot be a 4, so that's separated. These are separated, so this has to be joined. And that doesn't help me for the rest of the regions. These are separated, this has to be joined. These are separated, this has to be joined. This is, we're going back into drawing notes here. This is a 2 or a 4. So this is a 1 or a 2, which means this is separated. And that means this is separated. These 2 are separated. This has to be joined. One of these 2 here needs to be joined. I'm leaning towards this one, but I don't have proof one way or the other. That could still go either way. This needs to be either 2 like that or 2 like that. I guess we don't know which yet. This needs to be 4. Aha. This needs to be part of a 2 or a 4. So this needs to go up, guaranteed to be a 2. This needs to be a 1. So this is also a 1. This is correct. We already knew this? That's not helpful? That's a little helpful. We got something down. This can still be either a 1 or a 2. This can still be either a 2 or a 4. Yep, I agree with all of those statements. Same over here. Either it splits here or it splits here. Where else? Where else? Where else? Can we figure anything else out here? I think I was running a little bit too quickly before. I think I jumped on some things that didn't need to be jumped on. This is actually interesting here. Because for this puzzle solve to be unique, this needs to be a 2 to make this a 4. Actually, no. For this puzzle solve to be unique the other way around, this needs to be a 2 here. So this is forced to be a 1. Because if this were a 4, this would need to be, this could be either a 2 or a 1, and there's nothing to differentiate that. However, I don't like using that information. That feels kind of meta to me. So I want to see if there's another way to get to that. Knowing that I am aiming for this being a 2, does that change anything? That means this needs to be combined. Do I have any way of determining that this needs to be combined here? Not really. Like, I have the same uniqueness problem over here, but I need to be better at figuring that out from other things. Do we trial and error from here? Could try a thing and see if it errors. Alright, imagine this is a 4. This then needs to be a 2. Or this at least needs to be separated here, which means this needs to be a 2. Which means this needs to be separated here. So this needs to be a 2. So this is a 1. So this would need to be joined. Ah. Yeah, if this is a 4, because of this watchtower, this needs to be a 2 here, right? Watchtower and 2-4 needs to be a 2 across, which means this is a 1. Which means this needs to be joined, which means this needs to be a 4, but if this is joined, this can't be a 4. Okay, so this can't be a 4. Good. Good. If it can't be a 4, that has to be a 2. This has to be the one I was looking for. That's great. This now has to be joined. That has to be a 4. These now have to be separate. So this has to be a 2. This has to be a 1. These have to be joined. These are separate. This has to be joined. These are separate. This has to be joined. So this has to be separate here. So these have to be joined. Click. Click. Yes. I wasn't sure that was gonna work. I was a little worried. So I was a little worried again. But we got there. Everything's fine. Yeah, look at this. Good colors. Go team. Continue with the red ones? How do we feel about 6s? 6s in this region feel kind of dangerous. On the other hand, what else am I here for? Non-boxy? Nope. Give me different rules. I want different rules. 3 to 7. This one I can do. This one I can do. I do appreciate that one of the achievements in this game is nope, for entering a puzzle and immediately quitting out of it. That's a good achievement. I appreciate that. All right. So 3-7 means the following thing. First off, all of these join. Second off, that happens. Let's start with this. This needs to be either 3 or 7 because of the 4. And because this is 4 already, this needs to be a 7, so this needs to be a 3. You're on thin ice, Cyber Benny. I'm not sure what my official position should be on that particular meme. Because I hate it, but B, I think it's funny because it's so stupid. And part of me enjoys making other people mad. You don't even know the meme. That's it. There's not anything really behind it. It's just a meme. Anyway, getting sidetracked by memes instead of puzzle solving. What am I even doing? This has to be... Oh no. The question is, which side of this is high, right? Because the high side of this needs to be either a 7 or a 6. And the low side of this needs to be the equivalent, either a 3 or a 4. The range here means certain things about these sections. This now either needs to drop into here and be a 4 to this 7, or it needs to avoid it. But this is a 3, right? So for this needs to go somewhere. This needs to go somewhere. So it's got to grab this 3. So it's got to be part of this 3. If this goes here, this needs to be a 6, and there's not room for a 6. So this has to be the 4 here, and that grabs that and becomes a 7. So this 3 looks like that. This has to come out. This has to come out. This has to continue expanding. And now we have this problem, right? If this is a 4, this needs to be a 7. This can't grab this because a 5 has actually no room to do... Ooh, unless this is bigger. This can grab this if it's bigger. But if this grabs this as a 5, that's not okay. This is now another region that needs to escape. Oh. This is interesting here. Also, this is interesting. This needs to grab at least one more space, maybe more. But there's like decent odds that this needs to be a 5 to this 7 here. Decent odds. Non-zero odds, I guess. If it's not a 5... Warning you, buddy. Yes, if it's not a 5, then it's either a 7 or a 6. This could even join up here and just be a 7. No, it can't. Because then this space is sealed off. But these do need to be separated here. And if this is a 4, this is a 7. Otherwise, this can grab here, and this can be either a 7 or a 6, so this is either a 3 or a 4. If this is a 7 or a 6, it has to take this space, which makes this space necessarily a 7 or a 6, which means it can't. So this needs to be a 4 here, and then this needs to be a 7. 3, 4, 5. Let's draw. This needs to be a 7, so this needs to be a 7. Which might or might not be part of the purple. So this needs to come out here. It's a 7, so it needs 2 more. It can't grab this, because then this would need to be a 5, and the 7 would be 2 occupied. So that has to happen. All right, well, that's a 7. This is now a 3. So this is a 5 here and a 3 here, which means that that doesn't touch, and that doesn't touch. For this to be part of a 7, even if it's part of the purple, this would still be a 7. If it's not part of the purple, this is definitely a 7, because this extends out here. So this is definitely a 5. And it can't take more than 2 of these spots. So if this is not part of the purple, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and they both need to continue to extend at that point, so this has to be part of the purple. Please be purple again. Thank you. And this can't take any more than 2 of these spots. So it has to take this spot also. And then it's either down, both across, or down this way. If it's down this way, it seals too much stuff off. So it can't take this spot. Which means it has to take this spot at least. This doesn't seem right, actually. Because having 3 regions here, I feel like I may have caused a problem. How can there be 3 regions in here? Well, this made so much sense coming up to here, and now I feel like something is a problem. Are other things a problem? Like, if this is a 7 here, this would need to come out like that. So this needs to be walled, and this needs to be a different region. So this needs to come out like that. Yep, we've gotten ourselves in a ton of trouble here. All right. This is not just a Z. I think this is an R. I think we need to start fresh. I think I may have made some assumptions. This part I am confident on. This I am confident on. The rest of the stuff, maybe not. Okay, actually, before I go too much further here, I am almost out of water, so I'm going to take this opportunity to take my usual stream break, and then probably figure out the rest of this puzzle. Now the colors are different. Yeah, you're right, you're right. This is a problem. That's going to be, this still has to be purple. There we go. I don't remember what the colors were over here. Yeah, okay. All right. I'm going to take my usual break here. All right. So where do we go from here? I think the first step is what we were kind of playing with up here, right? Like, this being either part of the 7 or part of whatever pink is happening up here. Welcome back. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it. So if it's part of the 7, this has to be a 4, which it can be. If it's part of the pink, or if this is pink here, then this can be, this has to be a 7, and this cannot grab this and be part of a 7 because it has to be a 3. In fact, this has to come out to here and be the 3. So if this comes out to here, this has to be a 7 and it can't. So this has to not grab this. Which means the 7 has to come up and grab this. Which means this needs to be a 4, which means it needs to be the pink. So this comes out to here. This comes out to here. at least to there. This comes out at least to there. And then this being a 3 means either this comes to here, which means this would be sealed off, so this has to come out. So these are separate. And I am very quickly approaching the exact same place I was in before. This spot is either exactly a 4 or a 6 or 7. Why did I think it couldn't be a 6 or 7? We tried it with the 4. This is sealed. This is not connected either. We tried it with the 4, and I think it didn't work. I think that led us to problems. So if this grabs it, now it's a 5. Needs to be a 6 or a 7. Because it can't be a 5. Can be a 6, making this a 3. And then this has to be a 6. Or it could be a 7, making this a 4. Okay, if this is a 7, it definitely doesn't work. If this is a 6, though, it might. The alternate theory is this is a 4, making this a 7. But this can also work. Both of them seem viable. All right, let's follow this to a logical conclusion and see what happens. But we can be ready to mark, like, okay, I will mark this as my undo point. So if we take this as a 4, this is a 3. Sorry, this is a 7. 2, 3, 4, 5. This still needs to come out this way. So now this is a 7. Which means this is a 7. Which means this is a 5. 6, 7. This is a 5. This is a 7. Because this is a 7. And they probably connect here. Because, these have to connect now. And we end up with this situation, right? Where this needs to take 2 of them. And there's no way to take 2 of these and still leave something open. So let's back up to the undo point. And it seems likely that this is going to be at least a 6, if not a 7. Oh, it can't be a 7, actually. This needs to be the 6, so that this can be a 3, and then this can be a 6. Six here. And now this can grab this, so that this is a 4. Because that needs to come out here, regardless. At least to this much. What do we know about this region? Nothing, really. Other than that this and this are going to be 2 separate things. This needs to be exactly 2. So only this pink and lavender, I suppose. And one other region in these 4 squares. And it can't be all like that. This can't be the blue. And if it's something separate, this still needs to come out, and that doesn't work. So this needs to be part of the pink, which means this is a 4. This still needs at least 2 more. This needs 3 more. And it can't take both of these. But it might take this. Or it might take this. And then this comes out. There's actually a lot of options here. Maybe the answer is in how it plays with these. This next diagonal. Like if this is a 3, then we have 5 and 3. The most this could be is a 5. And it seems likely that these 2 are going to touch across this 3, leaving this and this as separate regions. That's still not a guarantee, but it seems likely. Maybe I can figure something out from this 3? Because, like, I can't have a 1 sealed off in the corner here. So that means we need... If this takes this, then pink can't. So this can't go that far. This can go at most to here. And then we have this lavender and blue coming into this region, probably. So we have... I guess it could be like that. 4, 6, 4, 5, 6. And now we need 2 separate regions? No, this doesn't work. Hold. Okay. So if this goes in here, we're at this point, right? If this goes in here, by necessity, this needs to come out and go 1, 2, 3. There's no other way for that 6 to get 6. Now we need to fill these spots with 2 more regions, which is impossible. So this can't come left here, which means it has to take that spot. Which now means we have this for pink. I think this has to be pink. Because this can't take it and leave enough room for 6. And it can't be whatever region is down here. So yeah, this has to be pink. Lavender. I keep doing that. Am I wrong? Is this pink? Wait a minute. How do colors work? I feel like this is too purple to be pink. Maybe I'll just call it pink because I hate colors. That seems as reasonable as anything else. This needs 1 more space and it can't be this one. So this has to come out to here at least. And then this can either be part of the lavender or part of the new color. Let's just take the new one here, which has to go at least this much. Might be 3. Yeah, and then this is either part of the lavender or part of whatever this weird dark orange. Umber. There's too many colors in this game. I hope you heard the disdain in my voice when I said umber. Not only are there too many colors, there's too many names for colors. They really need to knock it off. This kind of vibes as a 5, and then this 7 takes this spot. Did I run into problems going down in this direction? I feel like I did. I feel like I ran into problems with this being separate from the 7. Because this has to be a high number, right? This is either a 4 or a 5. I guess if this is a 5, this could be a 3. We do know this is either a 5 or a 6. Depending on whether or not the lavender comes in or the purple takes it. And then these can be literally anything. Decent odds that this is a 5 or a 7. But if this takes it, it could be literally anything. This is either a 4 or a 5. And this has a lot of options, actually. Because if this is a 4, this is a 6. But if this is a 5, this could be a 3 or a 7. So let's assume a world in which this 7 is not taking this spot. This has to come out at least this far. And it cannot share this spot. Because whatever this is, it's for sure not this. How bad is this now? This is 5 and needs 2 more. Could go straight down. Could grab both of these. Could grab both of these. Yeah, could go left, left. Could go right, right. Could take these 2. Whatever it does over here, though, I guess if it goes left, left, then this darker purple here could take some number of these and leave one open. This doesn't feel conclusive either way. If these are different... If these are the same... Yeah, this doesn't feel conclusive either way. I don't really feel like spinning that out any further. All right, but if this takes it, hang on, we're gonna add another undo point. If this takes this spot, this is guaranteed a 5, which means this is guaranteed. This is the 6, which means this has to come down at least to here. So now these are 2 separate things. This and this. Try again. What does that mean for me? This can't be sealed off. This has to go grab one of these 2. So this has to be separate from that. I mean, in general, this has to not be part of that. And I don't know that that necessarily gives me any additional information. Yeah, this needs to take one of these two. And this needs to be separate. So this can't be part of this space either. Regardless of what's happening over here, this can't be part of that space. Actually, this could also be a 5 right now. So this could come down and join that under this particular circumstance. I'm not sure how to play this out. Maybe I should be able to do something down here and kind of start it off from the other direction and join up. So let's do some undos. And start off down here. This either needs to come up this way or come up this way. Regardless, this is definitely not part of this. And then either this is a separate thing, right? Like that. Or the other way around. This comes out that way and this is a separate thing. So regardless, for this to be its own thing, it needs to be a 3 here. I think regardless, this needs to be a 3. Which means we have a guaranteed 4 here and 5 here. And then it's unclear which of these two this space belongs to, but it does have to go out like this. So whatever space this belongs to, it can't go both of these directions. It can only go one of them. That actually is a little bit helpful. A little bit helpful. Un poco. But that's still pretty like it is both limiting and still pretty free. Like there's a lot of different options to go from here. And I don't have a good, like, because of this, then this chain to follow anywhere at this point. Like, maybe this is part of the 4, and then this goes up here as part of a 5. Or maybe this is part of the 5, and then this goes out here as part of a 4. Kind of feel like there's not enough room for this to be a 5 up here. Like, if these don't touch, right? If this doesn't take this 5, this has to come up here. I liked it when it was blue. I like this blue color. It's a good blue. And then all of this space needs to either be part of this 5 or part of something else. Part of a specific other thing. And we don't know whether or not these are 4s, 5s, or 6s. Either it's 4 and 6, or it's 5 and 5. Which is interesting. Because we could do this, right? 5 and 5. And then have this be down here. And then this could be illegal. So maybe not exactly this thing. Can this take these two? I guess this could then be a 3. And this could be a 6. Oh, this is a good situation to kind of play around with here. If I'm going to set another undo point here. If these two come out here, if this is my 7, then this is a 6. And it cannot take all 4 of these spaces. And it can never take this space or this space. So it has to come out to here. Which feels like this trying to be a 4 here never works. How can this take 6 and still be legal given the numbers that we have down here? If this is a 6, it can join it. And then this can be a 4. But this being a 4 cannot touch here. And now this needs more space than it can take because of the watchtower. So this actually does seem illegal. Which means it has to, at bare minimum, take... No, that's not true. It could still take this and be a 7. But it can't take this spot. So this has to be an entirely separate thing or part of the pink. Which is still not restrictive enough. If this is an entirely separate thing, it needs to come out like that. And it can't go down. And this needs to take that space and this space. So this needs to be exactly a 3. Which means this needs to be a 5, this needs to be a 6, this needs to come down there. So now this is a 5 and this is a 5. This is sealed. This cannot go further down. That is sealed. And this is illegal. So this needs to be part of the pink here. Cool. Figured out another individual thing. One more thing has been figured out. One small step forward. Still doesn't tell me much, though. Kind of think this is just straight up illegal at this point, given what we have seen so far. But maybe what makes this illegal is... Actually, I think this is probably straight up illegal. Alright, we have a new undo point. If this is sealed off, this has to come out like that. This is 5, so needs at minimum that. Might need to take this. If it takes this, that means this is a 6, so it can't. So it has to go like this. This is now cannot go there, so this is an entirely separate region also. And if this is sealed, this has to take all of it. Neither this is 4 and this is 3, or this takes this 5 and makes this a 4. And then this has to come out here, so that has to take that. Oh. if this is a 5, this needs to be... No, this can't be a 5. This has to be a 4. Hold. I have made some assumptions without double-checking my priors. Okay, so this is either a 4 or a 5. If it's a 4, this is a 6. If it's a 5, this is a 3 or a 7. This cannot be any of those numbers. This cannot be a 6. It has nowhere to go. It cannot be a 3 because that seals this off. And it cannot be a 7 because it can't take up that much space. So yeah, this is actually just illegal. So this has to take this space. So this has to be a 5. So this has to be a 6. No. But this does have to be a 5. Oh, no, which means this does have to be the 6. So that comes down there. And this is also... No, this is a 5 or a 7. There are options here. All right. I have the read. Ladies and gentlemen, I have the read. This is the read. This is a 5, which makes this a 4. Or it doesn't. Which makes this a 3, which makes this a 4. That has to come out this way. This is a separate region, so it has to come out that way. This needs one of these 2 spaces. Exactly one of these 3 spaces. This has to come down, though, so this has to come here. And now we have this happening, and this needs to be a 5 to a 4. I told you I had the read. Vibe solving at its finest. Accidental gaming. Nah, I had the read. It was correct. You always DP on your opponent's wake up. And now we can do this. Oh boy. Look at this bad boy. Why is it bricky? I'm mad. Well, we have some places to start. We know that's a wall. We know this has to be at least 2. We know that's a wall because of the 0. And this has to be at least 2. This has to be at least 2. This is fascinating. This is also fascinating. 1 and 1, I feel like is required to mean 1 and 1. How true do I believe that is? This is also interesting, because that works for 2 and 2. As does that for that 2. So either it can square off and take 2 of the corners, or it can double extend. There is no place in which it can't double extend. But that means we have this as a guarantee, because I can't do something like this. Because now it can't go left anymore. Right? It can't, like, go down to here or anything. Two below. Oh, I guess this does work. Oh, no. So I could also do something like that. Ah, I was gonna, like, initially say, oh, it has to be at least these, but I guess that's not true. And it doesn't need the corners either, because it could just be, like, a great big cross. Alright, I guess I don't know what this is doing yet. Does this have to do this? It could get its vertical one somewhere else. Can it get its horizontal one somewhere else? No, there's no way this doesn't seal off this corner. Right? There is no world in which this is not sealed off in some way. Yeah. There's no world in which this is not sealed off. Yeah, and then it can't go through here, so there's just a couple too many symbols. So this has to get its one going right. Here, up here. And it can't be up and right, so it has to be right. At least that much. This might go up, I guess that's not guaranteed, but it has to grab at least this. Not making quick progress here. Making progress, not making quick progress. How about this guy? Does this need to go down one here? Or can it get its below from somewhere? I don't think it can ever fit through here. There's no way. Yeah, there's no way it can fit through here. And there's no way it can intersect with any other compass. So it has to grab at least this. And then it needs the horizontal. And it can't come down to here. 1, 2, 3, and it can't go far enough up to here to grab it here. So I think it has to be here. I think this has to be exactly those. And then it does whatever it wants here. I'm not going to touch that yet. But I think it has to do this. Seems valid. This, however, bit of a problem. Because now this 3 here can't go in the direction it needs to. So this is actually a little bit more limited, right? If it goes all the way down here, then it has to grab its remaining 3 and 2 up here. If this goes all the way up here, it needs to do something out here to grab its remaining 3 and 2. Also, it could do this 2x3. So a lot of options here. Dang, a lot of options everywhere. How do I start this puzzle? Because at no point have I connected one clue to another clue yet. Oh, bricky is a thing. Bricky is a thing. So these two have to be combined. I can't do that. What else does bricky mean for me? Here, these have to combine. Which means whatever this is has to be bigger than this and has to be bigger than this. So this has to be at least a 3. This has to be at least a 4. More than 3. This is for sure going to be at least a 3. So this has to be 4 plus. And this has to be 5 plus. Where else can I use bricky? This cannot cross there, so these have to be combined. This can't go, so these have to be connected. Which might connect to this, I don't know yet. Because I know these two can't touch, this also must be connected. These two being forcibly connected means there's no way they can touch this. So these two need to be separate regions. Also, this needs to be smaller than this, whatever this is. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. The biggest this could be is 7. So the biggest this could be is 6. I did that backwards, didn't I? No. No, I did do that right. No. Yeah. This needs to be less than or equal to 6. This needs to be less than or equal to 7. I guess I could use like a minus the same way I use a plus here, but I feel like that doesn't quite mean the same thing. Oh. But what if I made it mean the same thing? 6 or less. 7 or less. This doesn't necessarily need to touch that. Oh, yes it does. Which means this has to be at least a 3. Any other bricky points? Points at which I cannot brick? I feel like that gives me all of my bricky starting points for now, at least. Here, actually. Those combine. Which means this is now a lot smaller. Because the most this could be is 5. Which means this is 4 or less. Because this can now not be a part of that. So this is also 4 or less. But because this is 2, this has to be at least a 3. So we can do that much. If this takes this, 4 or less, 3 or less, 2 or less, those sound like legal numbers. Yeah, this is interesting because it can connect to this, but it doesn't need to. Because this can just take its numbers out here if it wants to. There's no real requirements on region size. Just on Bricky. Where else can I make deterministic statements? This one's being annoying. This is some big numbers. We don't need no stinking region size. I mean, I guess we don't. It would be nice to know, though. You know, any additional piece of information would be nice to have at this point. Does this need to connect? Do I have reason to believe that this must be something? This could even connect up here, actually. That's not illegal. Like, this could do that. All right, what else can I do down here? Can this be a 2, leaving this to be a 1? This definitely cannot be a 1. Can it be a 2? Leaving 3, 2, 1. If this is a 2, 3, 2, this has to be a 2 on its own. So this has to be a 1, which means this is sealed off and has to be a 1, which is illegal. So no, this cannot be a 2 on its own. This cannot be a 1. So both of these, well, this one spot must belong to either this one or this one. Unclear which. If this takes it, this has to be bigger. And if this comes down here, it can't. Okay, so this has to come out to here, minimum. Now this is guaranteed to... No, this could still be a 2. And then this could be like a bigger thing. Right? This could be like that, for example. Just, you know, for the sake of example. But whatever this is, it needs to be a 3 or more. Damn, that's a good-looking plus. My handwriting is garbage, but this looks almost okay. Well, my handwriting with this tool is garbage. My regular handwriting might also be garbage, but that is an unrelated statement. So this is either 5 or 4. Yeah, thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. Either 5 or 4. Can this take this? If this takes this, does it then have to take this? No. This could be a 3, and then this could be a 2. But if this is a 2, then this does have to take this. 2 or a 1. This absolutely has to take this, which is illegal. So it can't take this. So this has to take this. Which means this is also 4 minus. And I guess this is just full-on A5, so that's great. Anything I have to do here to prevent Bricky from doing the thing? These can't be two separate regions. These two. Wait, no, can they? I guess if this takes that, then this could be a separate region? Whatever I want it to be? Yeah, probably. I guess if this is walled, then these need to be joined. Yeah. If this is walled... If this is walled, then these need to be joined. If this is not walled, then they don't need to be joined? Like, if we do this, can that be separate? Sure, this could just be a 1. Okay, so that feels still undeterministic. Or at least indeterminate at this point. Where else can I go? What else can I learn here? I feel like I ought to be able to do something with this other than just understand that it seals this space off. This is... The smallest this could be is 7. Right? That's a 7. I don't think it can be any smaller than that. Which means... For this to take this space, means whatever's here needs to be an 8. Which seems not super likely? Not impossible, but not super likely, you know? What about here? For this to take this space, this would need to be an 8. This would need to be a 9? 6. So this can't actually reach down here. Which means maybe something like this. But... I'm not actually sure how to piece that together. I'm not sure what that tells me. It's telling me that the 2 that goes down cannot go down to there. So it's any 2 of these 3. Because there's nowhere else it can go. But that is still not determinate. Like, that still doesn't let me write anything. Unfortunately. This spot needs to be at least a 3. So it can connect to this. Or it can connect to this. Actually, yeah, that does still work. Or it could just go down here, I guess. Ugh. Too many options for all of the things. Does this need to grab this space? No, it doesn't, because it can grab like that if it wanted to. There's a lot that it can do. But it does need at least one more, maybe more than that. As it stands right now, the biggest this could be 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 is 9. The biggest this could be is 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 is 7. I don't know where I got 9 from. Math is hard. The biggest this could be is 7. So the biggest this could be is 6. What else does this do for me? This has... Aha! I found another bricky spot. This has to connect there. Progress is real slow on this bad boy. This can't corner. So this has to either go left or down. This is now my undo point. If it goes left... That's fine? This doesn't need to connect there. This can still go like that. And this still needs to get, like, other spots. How much space does this need to cover out here? Of these spaces, the most it can go down to is here and there. But it needs to cover 3 of these. 3 of these 6. Which, for the purposes of this 5+... Oh, and it can't even get down to here. So 3 of these 5 here. And it can't do that. Oh. 3 of these 4. This number keeps changing. 3 of these 4 here. I guess it could do that. No. Could do that. No. Okay, so it can come to... Changed my mind again. 3 of these 5. Liked you better when you were pink. 3 of these 5 here. And if it takes this one, it has to go right first. In fact, it always has to take this spot, I think. Like, there's no world in which it doesn't take this spot. Is that right? I think that's right. Because for it to not take this spot, right, we would have to go like that. And then this has to take 2 more spots out here without going... Without taking either of these 2, which... Okay, yeah. So this definitely takes this spot. That's for sure. That is a guarantee. And then of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Of these 5 spots, it has to take 2. And that could be straight down. But if it is, this still needs 2 spaces up, and they can't join. And this can't join. So this... Can this ever go down to here, is the question. If this goes down to here, this has to go down, and this still has to take one of these 2, but that'll fully fill up the 2. And this still needs 2 spaces upwards, which it now can't get. So yeah, this can't go down to here. This can never go down to here. So this has to be exactly this as a 5. Which means this has to be at least these spaces. Why did I think you had to be a 4 or bigger? Oh, because this needs to be at least a 3. Yep. And it can't touch this. This can still take its vertical, like, back here somewhere. Like, this could easily do this, right? Oh. No. If this is a 5 exactly, can this be a 6? Can this go down here? I think we just went through this. It can never take this spot. So this has to be exactly this 5, which means this has to be exactly this 4, which means this has to be exactly this 3, which means this has to be a 2. And this cannot brick. So that can't touch that. So this has to be a 2 like that. And this cannot brick, which means this has taken all of its available 1s to the right. So this needs to come down here. Progress! Ah, filled in a whole lot of cells. This needs 2 of these 3. If it takes this, it has to take this. It always needs to take this. And then it can only take 1 of these 2. So this has to take the other. Interesting. Which I think means it has to take this one. But a lot of that is going to depend on how it handles the 3-2 up here. How greedy can this be in this space? Can this go 1, 2, 3? This still needs to take 2 more of these 2, of these 4. So this can't take these 2. Because then this has to take these 2, and now this doesn't have access to the left. So this has to be part of this space. which means this is definitely part of this, one way or the other. Which means the only space left for this is here, which means this has to go like that. And to get it second, it has to go there. And then it can't go any further. All of these are now taken, which means this has to go here. Can this just be a 1? Sure, why not? But then this needs to go out there, which it can. This is huge. Can this do this? Now this is a 6. So this would need to be a 7, and this would need to be an 8? Can this ever be part of an 8? Because that means these two would need to be taken, right? It would need to go like that. That's 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Could be exactly an 8. Yes, that can work. Damn it, that can work. I don't want that to be able to work. I want to be able to know the answer. If this is a 6, this needs to be a 7. Which it can do. And then this can be an 8. Yes, that does actually work as much as I hate it. Or this could grab this and this could be a 1. Like, this seems way easier. But I don't have a sense of which way it must go. Actually, let's see if the... Because for this to not go down here, it needs to go out to here to grab its second down. Right? If this isn't taking this spot. Which means this now has to find 2 spots to the right, which it can't. So this can't take its second spot here. It has to take its second spot here. So we have this as a 6+. So this has to be a 7+. And this has to be an 8+. This is the worst 7 I've ever drawn in my life. I still don't like it. I mean, I don't like that either. Maybe we'll just draw a 7 like that. Sure, I feel better about that. Oh, it means this is actually fully sealed there. That's guaranteed. So this is exactly 6. Which means this is 7+ and this is 8+. So for this to not be a part of this, it needs to go 1, 2, and then in a direction here. Which means that this has to come up here. And so that's too much of a competition. Okay, this has to be, these have to be connected. And then this has to be exactly 7. I think there's no other way for it to do it. So this is going to be exactly 7. And this is going to have to connect to here. Because this is going to be, like, it's not going to be able to go down through here in order to get 8. Because this needs 1 more. And it's either this one or this one. And this one. So, and then it's either this or this. Not sure which. But that means that this is going to have to come through here. which is going to have to be exactly like that. And then for this to be 8, it needs to be exactly that and these 3. Why is that illegal? Oh. So then this needs to grab this. And that needs to be its own region. Because this needs to be as greedy as possible to hit 8. This is now a 5. So this is 4 or less. But this is bricky, so it has to go through there. And this is 3 or less. Bricky! Bricky both causing problems and solving problems. That has to come down to here. Still looking for more space. Which does restrict what this can take. Because this now can't take that. Right? And it can't take this either. And it can't take that. So its 2 vertical have to be here. Sure. Yeah, because that needs to be set. So this needs to be a 2, 2, 3, 5. That works. Great. So it has its 2 up. It needs 1 more left. This needs to take 2 to the right. And it can't be that. Because that leaves nowhere for this to go left. So it must be like that. And then this takes this. And now it needs to go down 2, which has to be exactly these 2. So the second one for this needs to be there. So now we have 2, 3, 4. So this needs to take that at least. And this needs to be part of a 4, and the only way it can be part of a 4 is like that. So that seals off there. Oh, we're really close. This needs exactly 1 more. And we need to not break. Does that work? No. Does that work? Hey! Holy heck, that took forever. My God. I guess that's what happens when you're doing 7s. Man. Alright, but that is the Spiral Island window completed. So that's every window at minimum completed. Except for Secluded Garden, which we can't get into until I have adorned some more windows. So maybe we'll go back to the earlier regions and adorn some windows? So I can unlock another section? It seems like a good call. It seems like a good time. I guess if I have, like, particular rules that I know I like, maybe we can play with those rules. Precision, shape bank. Polyominoes are fun. Mingle shape. Oh, maybe I'll just do, like, the weird capstone regions, like Forest Trailhead and Castle Gates. And maybe not hedge maze. We could do hedge maze, actually. I like that, actually. Okay, yeah. I need a bunch more. I need 6 more. But we can start with the capstone regions. So let's go to Forest Trailhead. Where is Forest Trailhead? Here. So this is less about showing me the puzzles that are hidden, and more about showing me which puzzles are in this region. But I guess it's this whole section here. Okay. Well then, let's get to it. Precision 4 and rose windows. Sure. Precision 4, eh? This cannot go up to here. 1, 2. So it has to go at least that way. At least that way, which means that comes out here, here, here. This can only go 1 there, so it needs to go at least 2 there. This take this spot? Maybe. Precision 4, huh? Okay, are there any spots that are, like, only within reach of 1 circle? I don't think so. I think all of the spots are in range of multiple circles. No, this one is only in range of this circle here. Same thing with this one, so that needs to happen. This can either go out to here, or this can take it. Same here. This can actually go out to here. I think that's set, though. If this needs 4, this needs to come up to here at minimum. And then this maybe takes these 4 or these 4. Unclear where this is going to need to go down here. But the most this can get out of here is 1. So it's going to need to come up at least that much. Keep messing around with WASD. I'm like, I want to move around the puzzle. I want to zoom in. I don't know why. I don't really have a vibe on the rest of this puzzle. Like, this feels like it could go almost any direction. What else? This now can only have 1 here, so it needs to come up at least that much. This needs to come up that much and that much. Ah, which means this needs to take that. So this needs to take that. So that has to go here, and this has to go here. This has to go... This has to take all of these. Which means that has to take that. This needs 2 of these 3. Which means it will always take this, which means this needs to come out this way. nice. Pretty good. Pretty good. Do I want to, like, focus on the reds? Maybe I want to take, like, some of the easier puzzles before I focus on the harder puzzles in this region. There's still a bunch of easier puzzles. I haven't even golded the window yet. Hello. Okay, so this needs to either do that or that. But regardless, those two are part of the thing. This takes this. Cannot come to this spot, so must be here. So this has to be another O, which means this has to do that. This cannot be part of this Z. So this Z has to come this way. Either up or left. And then this needs to be part of this. So that needs to be like that. Which means this is going this way. Yeah, great. That's a lot of T's! So this and this need to be part of the same region. Either up or down or left. Deltas are interesting. This is a T, so this can't be a T. Can't touch that T. Which means this T can only exist like this. This cannot touch that T, so this T can only exist like this. This has to not be a 1. But there's also no way for these two to be in the same region. Which means the only way this can be a T is like that. This could be a 1 on its own. This needs to tee off, I don't know, here? I don't know, here? I don't know, here? Seems fine. Yeah. Great. Rose windows. Okay. That means this needs to be a part of that, and that needs to be a part of that, and then the rest of this space needs to be taken in some way, and they need to mirror each other. Oh. They need to mirror each other. I see. Like that. Like little seahorses. Cute. This is actually a cool puzzle. That's adorable. Yeah, that one's nice. I like that one. Rose windows, Gemini, and polyominoes. So whatever happens here, these need to be part of a rose window. And need to mirror each other. Likewise, this needs to be part of a rose window and can't reach to there. So this has to be together. These have to be together. And these won't reach. So these have to be there. Which means whatever we're doing here has to be mirrored. Which might be mirrored around here, right? Like we could do something like this. Or this. And then have that upside down here. Or something. I don't know. But the easier way to do it is to pretend that this is part of it, right? So now we have the F's on either side. And the rest just fills in. Easy. It's a 1. All right, well, this is like that. So this is like that. So this is like that. So now we have a T, and then 1 and 1. This is like that. So this has to not be that. This is like that. That has to not be that, which means it has to be a T. 2? Sure. Oh, this is fun. This has to be the same region? 25. Okay. That's... Can that work? I think this needs to not be part of any of the polyominoes. How does this work, though? I think it doesn't. I guess that can be a part of the polyomino if every single other space is taken. Which it can be. This mess again? Alright. Except that causes problems. This is now different. Oh no, they're different. Maybe that means they need to invade. They can't invade, they're too close. Yeah, these have to just mirror like this, because there's no way to make this shape anywhere else. So we know this. And then this just has to make a mirrored shape here in some way. Right? Like that could do that. And then that can do that. Yeah, that works. Oh, this is part of it. All right, well, we'll come back to that. All right, what else do we have that aren't red puzzles? This is a bunch over here. I do that every time. What is wrong with me? Okay. Let's mark all of the circles. These need to be separated. Can this be one? One of these can be one. This needs to be part of something, as does this. So we can't have empties. That's the important part. This now can't be a 3, because this can't fit a 3. So this has to be a 2, which means this connects there. No matter what connects here, this has to be part of a 3, which that is a 3. So this will line off there. That has to connect to that. That can't be a 3, so that has to go there. This is weird. Something is weird here. I've done something wrong. Because this and this both work. You know what? Now I'm curious. I'm going to go through the rest of this puzzle, even though that seems wrong. Which means this has to be a 3, which means this has to be a 3, which means this has to not be a 3. That has to be a 2. This can't be a 2. This needs a 2. This needs a 2 and it can't get one. Okay, so this is wrong, which is what I expected. I expected this to be wrong. I just wasn't sure how I got there. Some mistake has been made. All right, this needs to connect. This needs to take these. This needs to take this, and this, and this, and this, and this, and this. Because singles are not allowed. And those. This has to be a 2, because it can't be a 3, because this can never be a 3. I am once again confused. What did I do wrong? There can't be a region that doesn't have a shape. So the shapes need to take any empties that they have walled off. Right? This can't be a 4, which means that has to be part of that. I guess it's here? Like, if I make this the 2, that's the problem? So this has to be a 3 like that? Oh, I think I was like, oh, this can't be a 3, so it has to be a 2. Okay, that's what I did. This is on me. As I expected, this is on me. So yes, this needs to be the 3, and this needs to be the 3. So that needs to be the 2, or the 3 there. So this can't be a 3, has to be a 2. This can't be a 2, has to be a 3. This has to be a 3. This now can't be a 3, has to be a 4. This is 2, now this is 3, now this is 3, and that's a 3, and everything's fine. So, yes, is the answer. It does work. Once you do it right. I have the Mark of Talent. I have 15 windows silvered. And now, I have unlocked additional windows. Do I have a capstone? Do I have a big boy here that I can go take a look at? I don't seem to, actually. There's some 5s. But otherwise, all the big ones are in red. All right, well, keep on going. Oh, there's this one, actually. Nope, that's a 4. And this one, yeah, there's 5s. 5s is what we got. Oh, whatever. Click on things. This needs to be that. This needs to go left or right. Ah, shape bank. Okay, so that needs to be that. No, not necessarily. That can be here. That's a thing. Let's see. What else do we know here? That doesn't work. This needs to leave some other areas free. Those two cannot be the same. Cannot connect. There's a lot of options here. I guess if this is part of a 4, or part of a 5, its 4 needs to be exactly that. because these block. Yeah, the 4 needs to be exactly that. Which means this is part of the 5. And this needs to be part of a 5. But it can't be over here, so it has to be this one. The only way for this to be a 3 is like that, so that has to be there. And this either goes left or right. We'll figure it out. This needs to be a 3. This now needs to be a 3. And this needs to be part of a 5. Which can be like that. Or like that. Or include that. But at minimum includes these. So now for this to be part of a 5, it has to be there. Which means we're doing something finicky here. Something is not right here. Oh, no. It could be like that, actually. Right? At least these 2 need to be there, but not necessarily the 3rd one. So that changes this a little bit. Ah, this could be like this. And then that goes that way. And then that's a 5, and then that's a 3. And then this is a 5? No, this is a 5. This is a 5, and this is a 3. Yep, perfect. Shape bank. All right. Bank me. This is fascinating, the way this goes around in a circle here. Where are we starting? Each of these is 20. So each of these contains 5 polyominoes in some order and arrangement. There is no restrictions on placing like shapes next to like shapes. These 2 need to be part of the same thing. This, likewise, these 2 need to be part of the same thing. This either goes up or right, both of which seem viable, unless this prevents this from being fillable with the shapes, which I don't think it actually does. I don't think that's a problem. Yeah, this actually works, right? This could do that, and then that, and then that needs to do that, and then that needs to do that, and then that can be another T. So that means this needs to be part of a Z, which would have to be like that, and then that can be a 4, and then that could be a 4, and then this could be like that, and this could be there. This could be a 4, this could be a 4, this could be that 4. That could be a Z, this could be a T. And everything just works. Once you start drawing shapes, it's easy. You just draw shapes, and then it's correct. As always, the best way to solve puzzles is just be correct the first time. Can you be an official gym clone in charge of puzzle solving? Yes. You can be Gym Solver. This is allowed. Oh. Oh. Alright, alright. And then this is intriguing, is what this is. All of this needs to connect to here. And all of this needs to connect to here. And as it stands right now, this matches. These are matchy-matchy. And they'll probably need to come out and take up some of the space in the middle, but I don't know how much. maybe a lot. Because this is taking up 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26 of a lot. So this is definitely coming out to here at minimum. And then we'll figure out additional things. My girlfriend, Kim. Is Kim the official gym girlfriend? Well, that typo actually worked. But yes, okay, I understand. That was addressing me rather than describing my girlfriend. What is my partner's name? I'm probably not supposed to say that on the air. I don't want to out them, despite them having outed themselves numerous times in the past. Kim it is. Great. Great. No baggage associated with that name. What is the name of a gender-bent gym clone? Oh, no, Kim is not the name of a gender-bent gym clone. I mean, I guess. I don't know. I don't like this canon. This is officially not canon. All right, well, this has to grab this. This has to grab that. This has to grab that, for sure. Oh. Which means we can draw some walls. This can't grab that anymore, so that needs to be part of something. So we'll do that. Hiya. If this is sealed, then this is sealed. So this has to be part of the same thing here. These are coming out this way. Can't go down, so this is coming out that way. This needs to be part of another region, so it's part of that region. Yeah, easy. This now can't go down here. But it can go down like that. These have to touch the other polyominoes in order to retain parity, I think. Unless that's not true. Unless because of the way that these are offset, they can, like, you know, if this goes 3, this can go 3. And then take these 3, and then take these 3. No, it looks like it's... Yeah, it looks like these have to touch this thing in the middle in order to retain parity. Which, like... Is Jim my actual name? No. I'm not that transparent. Jim is a character. A persona. Jim is the me of the internet. This is always going to be 2 up regardless of what this is. So this can only be 2 this way. Oh, no. That means this has to be a 3 here because of the way these are connected. I missed the direction these are connected. Correct, Senna. Correct. I already had a clone and you didn't know. Yeah, I am the clone. That's the whole point. So now If this is 3, this has to go up 2. So this has to go up 2. And then this comes down 2. No, this comes down 1. Is that the shape? Yes, this comes down 1, and that's the shape. And this goes like that. Is that the shape? That's the shape. So this takes these 2. This takes these 2. Who would actually put their real name in their Twitch handle? Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. You mean your real name isn't Rocket? I would never have expected this turn of events. This is part of this. So this comes around like that. Does this take this here? I think the problem is this. Like, I think this needs to happen. And then this can fill in wherever it makes sense. 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. So 3 down. And then these take this and these take this. Woo! All right. You've been called Chrono many times in real life, even in front of your mom, who was very confused. My mom watches the stream. She knows I'm Jim. Hi, Mom, if you're out there. Suppose I should say my mom watches the stream sometimes. She is by no means always online. Oh dear. Precision 4 is fine. Mingle shape is fascinating. That's 4. That's 4. You won't even give your mother the Twitch URL. That's fair. That's fair. You don't have to. This can't take those. In fact, it can't take that. So it must be this. And then this cannot be an L or a T or an I. So it must be a Z. This can't be a T. Can be an L. This now can't be an L or a Z or a T. Or an O or an I. This can't be an L, is what I'm hearing. It doesn't work. I mean, it could be an L this way. No, but then this needs to be an L there. This can't be an L. Maybe it can be a T. Nope. Maybe it could be an I. And then this could be an O, and then this could be a nope. And then this could be a Z, and nope. And then this could be a T. This could be a Z. And oh no, yeah, that works. That's actually fine. Everything's fine. No problems here. I actually don't know what job I would give my clone. Like, there are plenty of jobs that I would probably like to not have to do. But I don't know how feasible it is to make a clone for them. Precision 5. Oh. We're into the good stuff now. Precision 5 plus mingle shape. Fascinating. The mingle shape is certainly interesting here. Do you think I could have like an accountant Jim that I would make do my taxes? God, if I could have just like a administrative assistant Jim, a Jim who was focused and knew how to make sure that tasks get done. All my gym clones need action figures. Sure. I'm not opposed to this. All right, so how do I decide which polyomino each of these individual colors get? These could still join here. Like, this could be just a thing. This could be a plus, and then this could be an F, and this could not be a plus, as it turns out. This could be a different F. This could be a T? Sure. That could be an I. That could be this thing. This could be illegal. What if it was this? And then this could be a T. And then this could be this thing. And this could be a long L. And then this could also be a long L. And I'm in trouble. There are some low-hanging fruit. Probably. I should probably not just vibe solve. This kind of feels like it wants to be a cross here, a plus. It doesn't need to be, but it feels like it wants to be. All right, well, let's figure out how much space this takes up, right? This takes up 5. So it takes an additional 3. So the 3 could be like 1, 2, 3. No, 1, 2, 3. So there's 2 spaces left over that spill into the next area. You see why I'm not the puzzle solving, Jim. Yeah, there you go. So 2 spaces, including this one, that spills into the next area and could be a part of this, but don't need to be. So this has 2 more spaces that it grabs. And again, could be these, don't need to be. This could be long L. But if we have like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, for example. I guess if this grabs this, it needs to be exactly that shape. And then this has a 5 here. So there's 2 more. These 2. Yeah, this has to be exactly like that. Which means that has to join that in some way. Because that is how much space this takes up here. That has to be that. And then there's something going on here. 1 more space here. So the other space and this is part of another polyomino. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And this can't be that because that doesn't work for shapes. So this has to be the bucket. So this has to be a T. And now we have additional space available. Yeah, this has to take the external space because this can't. So this has to take at least that. And then this is either lowercase t or f. This is either lowercase t or plus. Which means this has to be part of the orange. Because this is going to need to escape. Which means this is definitely part of the orange. Correct. They cannot both be lowercase t. I agree with that statement. That is a statement of truth. This cannot be long z, though. Because if this takes this, there's not enough room here. This actually has to take that. This can no longer be O with dot. Two more shapes in here. But it can be lowercase t, which would make this F and plus. Correct. They cannot both be a lowercase t. Oh, which does present some exclusivity. Either they're both lowercase t, or they're plus an f. Yep. I missed that for either of them to be lowercase t, the other one would also have to be lowercase t. So this now cannot be f. Can be lowercase t. Yeah, that works. And then we have whatever works over here. Sure. Those shapes fit together. I love it when shapes fit together. Precision 5 mingle shape. Alright, well this all needs to be a thing. This all needs to be a thing. Now, things are a little bit more free form. This is either this or this. Which means that whatever's out here cannot be that same shape. These can't all be part of the same thing. So these two have to be different. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. One of these takes up one of these. Well, either one of these takes up both, or they split them. Have not confirmed that one way or another yet. Which space do we have up here? 7. That's room for a 5 and then 2 more. What does that mean in terms of which of these is taking up that extra space? Unclear. Could do something like a 5 like that, and then this grabs this grabs this. This ends up being a plus. That has to do that. That is doing that, and it cannot be along Z, so it's got to be a zigzag. That's got to be that. Can't have a zigzag through here. So we'll have to do something like a bucket here, and then a zigzag here, except that's illegal. So we'll do long Z instead, and that is a solution to the puzzle. Great. 5s? Do I like 5s? I got time for 5s. It's a lot of symbols. What is happening here? What is happening here? Oh. Not every shape, not every cell needs to be a part of a polyomino. That's what's happening here. This is either that or downward. So this is always part of a T. And it's unclear whether it goes up or right, depending on whether or not this wants to be a T or a Z. This is fully resolved one way or another. Either like that or like that. So again, this needs to be either Z or L. The same thing happens here. Yeah, this could be I, or it could be L, and I don't think there's a world in which it's neither. There is not a world in which it's neither. You like the Gemini pinwheel? Sure. All right, let's write some things down. This is either I or L. Looks suspiciously like an I. This is either Z or O. This is either T, I. This is either T or Z. And this is either Z or L. So given this information, 20. So this is exactly 5 polyominoes. Because we have 4 of them guaranteed, and then there's some empty space. Which I guess doesn't need to be connected. Also, there's no mingle shape. So we can just do whatever we want here. This cannot be an I either way. This has to be an L. So this has to be an I. So this has to be an L. Because I here would cut that off, and I here would overlap. So that's a no-go. This being an L means what? We could have like a Z here, a T here. This could also be a T for funsies. Nope. This could be an I, though. And then we have an O. Oh, there were 5 of them. So I have to fit 5 polyominoes together exactly. Okay. Which means this is an O. So the Z goes here. This is an I. So the I goes here. And this is a T. So the T goes here. And this is a Z. So the Z goes there. Nice. Nice. The duality of man. Like how you want both midnight snacks and afternoon snacks. What a dichotomy. I don't know how you square that circle, but that's what philosophy is for. Oh. Oh dear. What else can we prove? Can't go that way, so this has to go that way. You have a doctorate in philosophy? It's rad. This kind of has to come up this way, and it cannot go that way, so it has to go that way. Snack every 3 hours. 12, 3, 6, 9 forms a square. Damn. Time cube is real. This can't go up this way, so it has to come down this way. So this is that. This now can be that. Oh, no, it can't. All regions are 4. So this has to be exactly that. That has to come up here and cannot be that. So that has to come up there. Never finished your PhD, honestly. Ah, that's fair. But yes, yeah. As far as the joke is concerned, you definitely do, which I think is fair. That is completely reasonable. Tetramino punch card. Yeah, you're right. You like the punched out Tetraminos in the center. It's pretty good. This has to come out here and then either be a Z or an L. If it's an L, oh, it's not an L. If it's an L, it's not an L. This now needs to come out. This now needs to come out, and maybe they need to talk. I think they need to talk. So this either does that or that, but either way it takes these two because it can't go to here. Get a free one if we punch 10. I don't know. I feel like I've punched a lot of Tetraminos, and that has not materialized into a free Tetramino yet. Maybe someday. Neither of these can be part of an O, but they could be like an I or something. Probably not, though. This is a lot more likely. I don't know. Whatever. Can you do that? No. You can't do that because that would isolate a space. So this must do this. which means that has to happen, and that has to happen, and that's now a thing. This bad boy... What's up, Storm Vision? I love that joke. Does this need to touch? If it touches, it's illegal. So I guess the answer is no. This can't be a Z. So it's either a T or an I. But in either case, this has to be down all the way. Which I think means this has to be the I. This could touch here. Nope, no it can't. Illegal! Better. Telling you guys, vibe solving is the way to go. You just draw some things on the puzzle, and then it turns out they're correct. Oh my god. Punched in the gut by a puzzle. Ah! My face. It's all over my face. Okay. Okay, this is fine. This is fine, probably. Go vibe solve this. Yeah, maybe not immediately. We're gonna draw some things first. Those can't touch, so it goes there. That needs to go in a direction, so that is the direction in which it goes. Continues to need to go in directions, so they will go in directions. That goes there. This goes here then. Can't touch that, or that, or that for that matter. This has decisions to make, and I don't like any of them, so I won't make them yet. This continues to need more space. These don't touch. So that goes there. That's awkward, because this needs to grab that. Which means this needs to go to there, I think? Yeah, that looks like a Gemini-ed shape. These shape look Gemini-ed. Just to grab that. What's happening here? What do we think is happening here? These need to be different, is the big deal. If we do that, are they different? No, they are the same. I mean, we could do that and then this like could come out there and then they'd be different. But also, this could grab both of these and then this could come out and do something else interesting. Maybe I'll put that one on hold until I figured out some other stuff from other places in the puzzle. Like, for example, this still has a lot of work to do. Also this. This needs to come out here. This can go anywhere. This can go anywhere. This can go anywhere. This can go anywhere. May even connect this way. Intriguing, to be sure. This comes out here, which means these are separate. This can't go right, actually. Well, it can, but it can't go through either of these, so it does need to go grab this. Which means it maybe takes this, maybe doesn't, depending on whether or not either of these need that spot. That doesn't connect. That doesn't connect. These do not connect. This doesn't connect. Oh. I already knew that that didn't connect. Amazing. I'm so powerful. This grabs all of these and maybe grabs this one. Because this can't go anywhere. Yeah, this has to grab this one also. That's sealed off now because that needed it. So this goes here. Oh. Big shape. If this grabs that, we have illegality because of delta. So this has to grab that. Big shape. Where do I fit big shape here? The only circle that you can reach is this one. Because the triangles stop you. So you must need to go through one of these triangles to grab the circle. Does that mean that you could be big shape? I think that means you must be big shape. This is only long. Okay. Ah. 5, 5. Okay. So this is 5 and 5, which means this does grab this one here. Yeah, all of these need to grab each other. This now needs not a triangle. So it goes up. Likewise, this goes up. Likewise, this goes up. That's now sealed off, as are those, as is that. This might take more, but it doesn't need to. What is my next step? I feel like I should have an obvious next step, and I don't know what it is. This does need to grab this regardless. This comes out here. I see the problem. So that grabs that, that grabs that, that grabs that. So that grabs that, and then can't go in either of those directions. This grabs this. This moves to there. This needs a square still. So it grabs that. This grabs that, and then delta requires that it grab the extra space. This is looking for a square, and it's got to be this one. Which means this has to grab this square and this circle. And these need to mirror. Heck yeah. Alright, alright. As far as 5s go, I like the puzzle solving of this particular 5. I like the way everything progressed. it was satisfying build from one step to the next in each case. Cool. All right, well, still working on adorning Forest Trailhead. There's going to be a bit more to accomplish for that. But we have reached the end of the stream here. It is that time. Aw. Look at this key pair of 5s hidden away in the corner. Look at this